to the birth of the U.S. Mint in 1792. At this pivotal moment in history, the Founding Fathers faced a massive challenge: how to create a copper penny that was worth exactly 1 cent in metal, but was not too heavy to carry. According to the Coinage Act of 1792, a penny needed 264 grains of copper to hold its full value. This would have made the coin nearly as large as a modern-day half-dollar. To solve this, the Mint's first engineers launched a radical educational experiment. They decided to insert a tiny silver plug into a smaller copper disc to maintain the coin's intrinsic value. It was the first bimetallic gamble. The design of the 1792 silver center cent was deeply rooted in the Enlightenment values of the new republic. On the obverse, the portrait of Liberty with flowing hair is surrounded by the inscription, "Liberty, parent of science and indust." This was not just decorative, it was a strong educational statement. Leaders like Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton believed that a stable, honest currency was a scientific necessity for a growing industrial nation. They wanted a coin that proved America was a land of logic and progress. By using a silver plug worth roughly 3/4 of a cent and a copper ring worth 1/4 of a cent, they achieved a balance of value. This was the first time the United States attempted to blend two metals into one coin, showing the Mint was an innovation hub. Historical research suggests that the Revolutionary writer Thomas Paine may have been the one to first propose this bimetallic solution to Thomas Jefferson. Paine envisioned a coin that was convenient for daily commerce, but still felt substantial in the hand. The production of these trial pieces was incredibly labor-intensive for the 18th century. Mint workers had to manually punch a hole in a copper blank, insert a small silver plug, and then strike the coin with heavy dies. The pressure of the strike would fuse the two metals together permanently. This process was a major educational milestone for the Mint's staff. However, because each piece required such precise hand assembly, these coins never moved beyond the experimental stage, making the survivors some of the rarest relics today. When we look at the market for these rarities, the numbers are truly staggering, with all values tracked in United States dollars. In April 2012, a 1792 silver center cent graded as Mint State 61 sold at a heritage auction for a remarkable $1,150,000 USD. Just a few years later, in January 2021, the finest known specimen, graded SP67 by PCGS, set a massive record when it sold for $2,520,000 USD. There are even reports of private transactions for the highest quality examples, reaching as high as $5 million USD. These prices reflect the extreme rarity of the coin, as only about a dozen genuine examples are known to exist. For educational purposes, it is important to note that these figures represent the intersection of history and scarcity, as collectors compete to own the very first dollar. Despite the brilliance of the silver center cent, the experiment was ultimately abandoned for practical reasons. The primary issue was the complexity of mass production. In the 1790s, the Mint used screw presses powered by human or animal strength. Manually inserting silver plugs into millions of pennies would have been too slow and expensive for a nation in desperate need of circulating currency. Furthermore, by early 1793, the market price of copper dropped significantly. This allowed the Mint to strike a slightly smaller pure copper coin known as the large cent that still contained a full cent's worth of metal. This shift in the copper market made the bimetallic technology unnecessary. Today, these 1792 patterns stand as a what-if in history, showing the steps taken by the Mint. Today, the 1792 silver center cent is one of the rarest treasures in the numismatic world. Of the small handful of known survivors, one of the most important is held in the National Numismatic Collection at the Smithsonian Institution. This piece serves as a vital educational tool for historians studying the origins of American manufacturing. Most other specimens are held in private collections, occasionally appearing at major auctions once every few decades. There are also related Judd II patterns, which were struck using the same dies but without the silver plug. Some of these were made of a fusible alloy, where the silver was melted directly into the copper. However, the Judd one with the visible silver center remains the most iconic. Finding one is the ultimate dream for any collector. Because of the million-dollar price tags, the 1792 silver center cent is a frequent target for fakes and alterations. Educational studies have identified several so-called silver center cents that were actually modified long after they left the mint. One famous example is the Morris specimen, which researchers discovered had a silver plug that was fabricated and inserted into a genuine 1792 pauper coin at a later date. Experts use microscopic diagnostics, such as the specific shape of the hair curls on Liberty and the alignment of the letters in cent, to verify authenticity. Genuine plugs were fused under the immense pressure of the original strike, while fakes show signs of glue. This is why professional certification from services like PCGS or NGC is mandatory for these major coins. The 1792 silver center cent remains a powerful symbol of American trial and error. It teaches us that the path to a stable economy was paved with experimentation and a commitment to honest value. Even though the silver plug did not become a standard for our pennies, the spirit of that innovation led to the creation of the decimal system we still use over 2 centuries later. These coins are more than just expensive pieces of metal. They are historical documents that record the hopes and the scientific goals of the first American leaders. Whether you are a seasoned collector or just someone who loves the history of the United States, the story of the silver center reminds us to always look closer at our past. If you enjoyed this journey into the mint's experiment, like and follow for more videos. Welcome to The Diggin' Dave, the premier destination for exploring the most fascinating errors in American numismatics. Today, we are analyzing the 1878 Morgan silver dollar, the legendary coin that launched the most popular series in United States history. But we aren't just discussing its silver content. We are hunting for a specific mint mark mistake that can turn a common relic into a high-value treasure. In 1878, the transition from old designs to new standards at the mint created several rare varieties that most people overlook. While a standard silver dollar is worth its weight in bullion, a rare mint mark error can command prices in the thousands of dollars. We want to ensure you have the educational tools to identify these anomalies before they vanish into private collections. Join us as we break down the diagnostics of the 1878 series and show you exactly where to look for the mistakes that define this inaugural year. Grab your magnifying glass and let's get started with this deep dive into the silver history. Our mission is to help you find the hidden wealth that might be sitting in your very own pocket right now. When you flip over an 1878 Morgan dollar, the first thing to check is the mint mark. The Carson City CC mark is the holy grail for many collectors in the USA. Because 1878 was the first year of production, the workers at the Nevada Mint were still calibrating their machinery. This led to variations in how the CC was punched into the die. Currently, in 2026, an 1878 CC in a circulated fine grade is valued at approximately $200. However, if you find one in a high mint state grade, like MS65, the value can skyrocket to $2,500 or even higher at major auctions. The educational takeaway here is to look for the small round CC variety, which is the only authentic style for this specific year. Many fakes exist with larger mint marks taken from later dates, so verifying the size is crucial for authenticity. Collectors pay these premiums because the Carson City Mint had significantly lower production numbers than Philadelphia, making any surviving error from this branch a rare piece of American frontier history. It is a symbol of the Old West that continues to fascinate investors and historians alike in the modern age. One of the most famous mistakes in 1878 occurred on the eagle's tail. Initially, the eagle was designed with 8 tail feathers, but the mint quickly changed it to 7 to be more anatomically correct. This created the 7/8 tail feather variety, where you can see the tips of the original feathers peeking out from behind the new design. From an educational perspective, this is a transitional error that tells the story of the mint's rush to correct a design flaw. In terms of market value, an 1878 7/8 strong variety in mint state 63 is currently trading for around $500. If you are lucky enough to find a gem condition MS65, the price can jump to $2,500. Even in lower circulated grades, these coins carry a premium over the standard 7-feather version, which usually sells for about $80. It is vital to look at the eagle's tail under a strong light. Those extra feather tips are the difference between a common silver coin and a rare collector's item that represents a unique moment in history. This specific detail is a favorite among variety hunters who enjoy the technical side of the coin collecting hobby today. As the Mint continued to refine the 1878 Morgan, they eventually created a new reverse design known as the Reverse of 1879. This version features a rounded breast on the eagle and a slanted top feather on the arrows. The rare mistake occurs when an 1878 dated coin is found with this updated 1879 reverse. This is an educational goldmine because it shows how the Mint used up old dies during the transition between years. In today's market, an 1878S San Francisco with the reverse of 1879 is highly sought after. While a standard 1878S in Mint State 65 might be worth $425, a rare transitional variety in the same grade can reach ups of $9,000 at specialized numismatic auctions. Understanding the subtle differences in the eagle's breast and the arrow feathers is the key to identifying these sleeper coins. Many people sell these as common silver dollars because they don't know how to spot the reverse design change. By learning these technical details, you can distinguish between a standard coin and a high-value rarity. It is all about the subtle lines that make a massive difference in the value. For educational purposes, we must discuss the dangers of counterfeits in the rare coin market. Because the 1878 CC and its varieties are so valuable, scammers often use added mint marks or complete replicas to trick buyers. A genuine 1878 Morgan dollar should weigh exactly 26.73 grams and be non-magnetic. If you are offered a rare mistake at a price that seems too good to be true, it likely is. In the USA, many fakes are made of silver-plated copper or lead, which will feel slippery or look overly shiny in a way that doesn't match original mint luster. Always check the reading on the edge of the coin. Authentic Morgans have sharp, consistent ridges. Counterfeits often have uneven or mushy edges. Professional grading services like PCGS or NGC are the best way to guarantee that your 1878 mint mark mistake is the real deal. Investing in a graded coin might cost more upfront, but it ensures you aren't wasting your money on a worthless piece of scrap metal. Security and education go hand in hand when building a collection. Protect your hard-earned money by always verifying the source of your rare coins before you buy. Condition is the primary factor that dictates the final price of any 1878 Morgan dollar. The difference between a coin worth $150 and one worth $15,000 often comes down to microscopic scratches known as bag marks. Educational grading follows a 70-point scale used by professionals across the USA. For example, an 1878S in MS60 might be valued at $120, while an MS67 specimen can reach over $15,000. This is why we emphasize that you should never clean your coins. Cleaning causes hairline scratches that a professional grader will spot instantly, potentially reducing the coin's value by 50% or more. To preserve the value of your 1878 errors, handle them only by the edges and store them in PVC-free flips or capsules. The goal is to keep the original, mint luster intact. This luster is the frosted appearance that reflects light in a cartwheel pattern. For a collector, a rare mint mark mistake in original, untouched condition is the ultimate find. Proper preservation ensures that the history of the coin remains protected. Value is preserved when you treat these relics with the respect and care they truly deserve. The market for rare American silver has seen a significant surge as more people look to tangible assets for long-term value. In 2026, the 1878 Morgan remains a staple of the U.S. investment market because it is the first year of issue. This historical significance provides a level of price stability that modern coins often lack. We see high demand for VAM varieties, which are specific die pairings cataloged by experts, where a tiny die crack or a slightly shifted mint mark adds hundreds of dollars to the value. For instance, some 1878 CC coins with doubled letters in the motto, "In God We Trust," are highly prized by specialists. By educating yourself on these specific varieties, you are essentially learning how to spot hidden value that the general public misses. The USA coin market is transparent, with auction records from sites like Heritage and Stack's Bowers providing clear evidence of what buyers are willing to pay. Knowledge is the most valuable tool you can have. It allows you to participate in the hobby with confidence and protect your interests. Wealth is built through study and careful observation of every detail. To wrap up our look at the 1878 Morgan dollar, remember that treasure hunting is about research and persistence. You can find these coins at local coin shops, estate auctions, and even online marketplaces. But you must apply the educational diagnostics we discussed today. Check the tail feathers, verify the mint mark style, and always weigh the coin to ensure it is genuine silver. The 1878 year offers so many variations that even a modest budget can get you started with a fascinating piece of the American story. Whether you are looking for a Carson City rarity or a Philadelphia tail feather heir, every coin tells a story of a young nation's industrial power. We hope this breakdown gives you the confidence to start your own search and discover the hidden mistakes that make these silver dollars so special. Stay focused on the details, keep learning about the minting process, and you might just find the next big rarity for your personal collection. We appreciate you joining us on this educational journey through the vaults. Don't forget to keep exploring and growing your collection. Like and follow for more videos.
Welcome back to another deep dive into numismatic history. Have you ever wondered if the change in your pocket could be worth a small fortune? Today, we are uncovering the secrets of a true American classic that every collector dreams of finding in high grade. We are talking about the iconic 1908 Liberty Head nickel, a coin that represents a turning point in United States minting history. This specific year is shrouded in fascinating stories of economic shifts and design evolution. If you have ever seen a V-nickel, you know the elegance it carries, but the 1908 issue holds a very special place for those who understand its true rarity and market demand. In this video, we will explore why this year is so significant and what you need to look for to identify a high-value specimen. Get ready, because we are starting our journey right now on the Diggin' Dave. This is the only place where we dig deep into the history of rare coins to help you find hidden treasures. Stay tuned as we break down every single detail about this legendary piece of copper and nickel. The year 1908 was a period of significant transition for the United States Mint. The country was still feeling the lingering effects of the Panic of 1907, a financial crisis that led to a sharp decrease in the demand for new coinage. Because of this economic downturn, the production numbers for the Liberty Head nickel saw a dramatic drop compared to the previous year. In 1907, nearly 40 million nickels were struck, but by 1908, that number plummeted to just over 22 million. This reduction in mintage is the primary reason why finding a 1908 nickel in pristine condition is a massive challenge for modern collectors today. During this era, nickels were the workhorse of the American economy. They were used for everything from streetcar fares to buying a loaf of bread or gaining entry into a Nickelodeon theater. Because they circulated so heavily, most surviving examples are worn down to almost nothing. This historical backdrop makes the 1908 issue a fascinating study of how national economics directly impacts the rarity of the coins we collect over a century later. Designed by the legendary chief engraver Charles E. Barber, the Liberty Head nickel is often called the V-nickel because of the large Roman numeral on the reverse. The obverse features a stunning left-facing portrait of Lady Liberty. She wears a coronet inscribed with the word Liberty, and her hair is adorned with a mixture of cotton and wheat, symbolizing the agricultural strength of the young nation. Surrounding her profile are 13 stars, representing the original colonies. On the reverse side, the Roman numeral 5 is surrounded by a beautiful wreath of corn, wheat, and maple leaves. This design was actually quite controversial when it first launched in 1883 because the word cents was missing, leading to the famous racketeer nickel scandals. By 1908, the design was well established and perfected, with the word cents clearly visible at the bottom. The 1908 strike is known for having decent detail, but as we will discuss later, the quality of the strike can vary wildly. Understanding these design elements is the first step in recognizing a genuine coin from a low-quality counterfeit. Let's talk about the hard numbers because that is what truly drives the value in the coin market. The Philadelphia Mint produced exactly 22,684,557 of these nickels in 1908. While 22 million might sound like a large number, in the world of numismatics, it is considered a relatively low mintage for a high-traffic coin. What makes the 1908 date particularly interesting is the survival estimate. Experts believe that only a tiny fraction of the original mintage still exists in grades higher than extremely fine. Most of these coins were used until the images were flat, meaning that a 1908 nickel with sharp details is technically much rarer than its total mintage suggests. Unlike the 1912 nickels, which were also struck in Denver and San Francisco, the 1908 was only produced in Philadelphia. So you will not find any mint marks on these coins. The lack of a mint mark is a defining characteristic of this year. For collectors, the 1908 Philadelphia strike represents the peak of the Barber era before the transition to the Buffalo nickel just a few years later in 1913. Condition is everything when it comes to the 1908 Liberty Head nickel. Most examples found in old jars or inherited collections will fall into the good or very good categories. In these lower grades, the word Liberty on the coronet is usually worn away or only partially visible. However, if you find a coin where the word Liberty is sharp and all three leaves in the wreath on the back are distinct, you are looking at a much more valuable piece. Professional graders at PCGS or NGC look for specific wear points, such as the hair above Liberty's ear and the fine lines in the corn husks on the reverse. A mint state 60 or higher 1908 nickel is a true rarity. Coins in this condition still possess their original mint luster, which is the frosty sheen that comes off the dies during production. Because the 1908 issue was known for occasionally having weak strikes, finding one with full details and high luster is the ultimate goal. Even a small jump in grade, such as moving from an MS-63 to an MS-65, can result in a price increase of hundreds or even thousands of dollars. What is a 1908 Liberty Head nickel actually worth today? If you have a heavily circulated version that is worn flat, it might only be worth around $2 to $5. These are great for filling out a folder, but are not considered investment grade. However, the price curve climbs very steeply as the condition improves. A coin in fine condition might fetch around $12, while an extremely fine specimen can jump to over $45. The real excitement happens in the uncirculated tiers. An MS-63 graded 1908 nickel typically sells for around $160 to $180. If you are lucky enough to own an MS-66, the value can soar toward $1,900. The all-time record for a 1908 nickel is staggering, with a top-graded MS-67 specimen once selling at auction for over $12,500. These prices prove that even a common-looking 5-cent piece can be a major asset if it has been preserved properly over the last century. Always check the current auction records, as the market for high-end Liberty nickels remains very strong among serious investors. For the specialized collector, the 1908 Liberty nickel offers some hidden treasures in the form of varieties. One of the most sought-after versions is the repunch date. In 1908, some dies were struck twice with the date punch, creating a faint doubling effect on the numbers. You will need a high-powered magnifying glass or a digital microscope to see this. But finding a 1908-08 variety can add a significant premium to the coin's value. Another interesting thing to look for is the misplaced date. In some rare instances, the date was punched so far out of position that parts of the numbers can be seen in the denticles or even in the base of Liberty's neck. Furthermore, keep an eye out for die cracks. As the coin dies aged, they would often develop small fractures that appear as raised lines on the finished coin. While minor die cracks are common, large or dramatic ones can increase the desirability of your nickel. Exploring these tiny details is what separates a casual hobbyist from a professional numismatist. Identifying these errors is a great way to find value in coins that others might overlook. The 1908 Liberty Head nickel is more than just a piece of old metal. It is a direct link to the industrial age of America. From the elegant artwork of Charles Barber to the economic stories of 1908, this coin continues to captivate collectors worldwide. Whether you are a seasoned pro or just starting your first coin album, the search for a high-quality V-nickel is always a rewarding journey. Remember to handle your coins by the edges to preserve their condition and never clean those, as cleaning can instantly destroy their numismatic value. We hope this guide has given you all the information you need to identify and value your own 1908 nickels. If you have one of these in your collection, let us know its condition in the comments below. We love hearing about your finds and helping you understand the history behind them. Thank you for joining us today as we explored the fascinating world of vintage American coinage. Your support helps us keep digging for more historical facts and rare coin secrets. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the 1908 Liberty Head nickel, please like and follow for more videos. Could a single penny tucked away in an old jar actually pay for your next family vacation? If that penny is dated 1911 and carries a tiny S on the front, the answer is a resounding yes. Welcome back to the channel, where we explore the hidden treasures of American pocket change. Today, we are diving into a true legend of the Lincoln Wheat Cent series, the 1911 S. By the year 1911, the Lincoln Cent was only in its third year of production, having replaced the Indian head penny in 1909. While the main Philadelphia Mint was pumping out hundreds of millions of coins to keep up with a booming American economy, the San Francisco Mint was operating on a much smaller scale. The S Mint mark on these early Lincolns isn't just a letter, it is a hallmark of rarity from the Progressive era. Collectors view this specific coin as a symbol of early 20th century scarcity. If you have inherited a collection or enjoy coin roll hunting, the 1911 S is likely at the top of your must-find list because it represents the very beginning of the Lincoln legend. In the world of numismatics, the mintage figure is the ultimate law of value. To understand why the 1911 S is so special, you have to look at the massive gap in production numbers between the different mints that year. In 1911, the Philadelphia Mint produced a staggering 101 million pennies. The Denver Mint, which had just started making pennies that year, produced about 12 million. But the San Francisco Mint, they struck only 4,022,000 coins. Now, 4 million might sound like a large number in a vacuum, but you have to consider the survival rate over the last 115 years. Back then, pennies were used constantly for daily transactions, buying bread, newspapers, or candy. Most of these coins were worn down to smooth copper discs, lost in the dirt, or eventually sent to the melting pots. Today, the surviving population of 1911 S cents is incredibly small, especially those that haven't been damaged. This makes it a semi-key date, a coin so elusive that it often becomes the primary obstacle for collectors trying to complete a full Lincoln Cent album. Before you get too excited, you need to know exactly how to identify a genuine 1911 S. Grab your magnifying glass or a 10 times jeweler's loupe and look at the obverse or the front of the coin. Right below the date 1911, you should see a small clear S. If the space below the date is blank, it was minted in Philadelphia and is worth only a few dollars, even in good condition. However, because the 1911 S is so valuable, it is a frequent target for counterfeiters and altered coins. Dishonest individuals often take a common 1911 penny and try to glue or solder a fake S onto the surface. To spot a fake, look at the mint mark very closely. A genuine S should look crisp and integrated into the coin's surface, not mushy or surrounded by a weird circular line of glue. Also, pay attention to the strike quality. Interestingly, San Francisco coins from this specific era often have a slightly weak strike on the wheat stalks on the reverse. If you find a coin where the S looks brand new, but the rest of the coin is heavily worn, be very suspicious. Always verify the authenticity before you buy. In coin collecting, value isn't just about the date, it is about the grade and the color. For copper coins like the Lincoln cent, there are 3 official color designations: brown, BN, red-brown, RB, and red, RD. When a copper coin first leaves the minting press, it has a brilliant, glowing orange-red luster. Over time, as the copper reacts with oxygen in the air, it slowly tarnishes and turns a chocolate brown. A 1911 S in brown condition is still a great find, but a 1911 S that has somehow managed to retain its original red luster for over a century is the absolute holy grail for collectors. The price difference is massive. For example, a coin graded as Mint State 65 in brown might sell for a few $100s, but that exact same coin in Mint State 65 red can fetch several $1,000s at a major auction. Professional grading services like PCGS or NGC use a 70-point scale to determine quality. They look for tiny scratches, known as bag marks, and the sharpness of Lincoln's hairlines. Finding a 115-year-old copper coin with original red color is statistically nearly impossible, which is why they are so expensive. Let's get down to the numbers. What is your 1911 S actually worth in today's coin market? If you have a heavily circulated coin, one that looks brown and has seen a lot of use, you are generally looking at a price range between $40 and $85. If the coin is in about uncirculated condition, meaning it still shows some of that original mint shine in the corners, the price jumps significantly to the $150 to $300 range. Now, for the high-end investors, if you possess a mint state version that looks like it was made yesterday, the prices start at $500 and skyrocket from there. The auction records for the 1911 S are truly breathtaking. Exceptional specimens graded at MS66 or MS67 red have sold at major venues like heritage auctions for upwards of $12,000 to $18,000. Even during economic shifts, the 1911 S remains a blue-chip asset in the numismatic world. This is because there is a permanent demand from thousands of collectors who are all trying to build the perfect Lincoln set. It is a classic example of low supply meeting high, unwavering demand, making it a very safe bet for long-term appreciation. If you are lucky enough to own a 1911 S, or if you find one in an old collection, there are 3 golden rules you must follow to protect your wealth. First, and most importantly, never clean your coin. Many people think that scrubbing a penny with copper cleaner or baking soda will make it more valuable, but it does the exact opposite. Cleaning strips away the original surface of the metal, and professional graders will label it as damaged, which can wipe out 90% of its value instantly. Second, store it correctly. Use a PVC-free plastic flip or a specialized airtight holder to prevent moisture and oils from your fingers from causing further corrosion. Third, get it authenticated. If your coin appears to be in high grade, it is worth the investment to send it to PCGS or NGC for slabbing. A certified coin is much easier to sell and always commands a higher price because the buyer has peace of mind. When you're ready to sell, look for reputable coin dealers or specialized auction houses rather than a local pawn shop. The 1911 S is a masterpiece of American minting history. Treat it with respect, and it will surely reward you. Imagine you're looking through a jar of old coins. You find a 1937 Buffalo nickel. It looks great. It's a classic. But then you look at the buffalo on the back. Something's wrong. It's missing its front leg. To most people, it's a broken coin, a mistake. But in the world of high-stakes coin collecting, that missing leg makes it one of the most famous legendary errors in American history. I'm Dave, and today, on the Diggin' Dave, we're uncovering the story of the 1937D three-legged buffalo nickel, a coin born from a mistake worth thousands today. It's 1937 at the Denver Mint. Production is in high gear. Now, for those who don't know, coins are made using dies, basically giant metal stamps. But these stamps get worn down. One day, a pressman named Mr. Young noticed that a particular reverse die was showing clash marks. Basically, it was getting scratched up. Instead of replacing it, he tried to fix it by polishing it down. He got a bit too aggressive. He polished the die so much that he literally erased the buffalo's front right leg from the stamp. He put the die back in, the machine started cranking, and thousands of these three-legged nickels were struck before anyone noticed. By the time they caught it, most of them were already out in the wild. Now here's what makes this coin special. Most errors are caught immediately and melted down, but this one, it slipped through. Collectors went into a frenzy in the late 30s trying to find them. But here's the kicker for all you hunters out there, you have to be careful. Because this coin became so valuable, people started filing off the legs of normal nickels to fake it. But the real deal has telltale signs. On a genuine three-legger, you'll see what we call die erosions. Looks like little streams of metal or peppering under the buffalo. Plus, the back leg looks like it's bleeding into the ground. If the leg looks like it was just sanded off smoothly, it's a fake. So what's a missing leg worth? Well, it depends on the condition. Even a heavily circulated, beat-up 1937 D3-legger can easily fetch $500 to $800. But if you find one in mint state, meaning it looks like it just rolled off the press, you're looking at serious money. We're talking $5,000, $20,000, and for the highest grades, they've sold at auction for over $100,000. Not bad for a 5-cent piece, right? Right? The 1937 D three-legged buffalo is proof that sometimes a mistake is the best thing that can happen. It's a piece of history you can actually hold in your hand. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Do you have any buffalo nickels in your collection? Go grab a magnifying glass and check that front leg. You might be surprised. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Diggin' Dave for more coin mysteries. Keep digging, everyone. The Diggin' Dave here. Stop right there and check your silver stash because the 1946 Washington quarter is a post-war treasure that might be worth a lot more than just its weight in silver. In 1946, the United States was transitioning out of World War II, and the Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco mints were pumping out these 90% silver beauties to fuel a booming economy. Most people see a dirty old quarter and think it's just junk, but to a seasoned collector, the 1946 issue represents a pivotal moment in American numismatic history. While millions were minted, finding one in high-grade condition today is becoming increasingly difficult because most of these coins spent decades rattling around in pockets, vending machines, and cash registers. This was the era when silver was king, and the luster on a fresh 1946 strike was unlike anything we see in modern clad coinage today. In this video, we are going to break down why this specific year is a must-have for your collection and what hidden secrets you need to look for on the obverse and reverse to spot a winner. It is a true American classic for every hunter. When we talk about the 1946 Washington quarter, the first thing you need to understand is its intrinsic value. Every single quarter from this year is composed of 90% silver and 10% copper, containing approximately 0.1808 ounces of pure silver. This means even if the coin is completely worn out, it still has a melt value that currently sits around $14 to $15, depending on market fluctuations. But the real value lies in the mintage numbers. The Philadelphia Mint produced over 53 million of these, while Denver, D, struck about 9 million, and San Francisco, S, produced roughly 4 million. These mint mark is generally the one collectors hunt for in terms of lower mintage, but don't count out the Philly or Denver strikes just yet. In the world of high-end coin grading, a 1946 quarter from any mint that has survived in mint state 66 or 67 condition can fetch hundreds, if not thousands of dollars at major auctions. The challenge is finding one that hasn't been cleaned or scratched over the last 8 decades. Look for that original mint frost and sharp details everywhere. Now, let's get into the juicy stuff. The errors and varieties that make the 1946 Washington quarter a true hunt. One of the most famous things to look for is the repunched mint mark, or RPM. Specifically, look closely at the D or S on the reverse side. If you see clear doubling or a shadow effect behind the letter, you've found an RPM that collectors will pay a premium for. But the real holy grail for this year is the 1946 D doubled die reverse. You'll want to grab a magnifying glass and look at the words United States of America and E pluribus unum. If the lettering looks thick or shows distinct double lines, you are looking at a rare error that occurred during the hubbing process at the mint. These errors are often overlooked by casual hunters, meaning they are still out there, waiting to be found in old jars or unsearched rolls. Identifying a double die can turn a common silver coin into a $500 jackpot instantly. It's all about the tiny details that the naked eye usually misses, so take your time and inspect every single letter carefully now. If you happen to find a 1946 quarter that looks exceptionally shiny, stop. The biggest mistake new collectors make is trying to clean the coin to make it look better. Never, ever use polish or soap on a vintage silver coin, as this leaves microscopic scratches that destroy its numismatic value. Professional graders at PCGS or NGC look for original skin, which is the natural patina or toning the coin has developed over 70+ years. For the 1946 issue, we're looking for full eagle details on the reverse. Check the breast feathers of the eagle. If they are sharp and distinct, you have a high-grade specimen. On the obverse, Washington's hairlines near the ear should be crisp. If the hair is smooth, the coin has seen heavy circulation. Even a small amount of toning, where the silver turns shades of blue, gold, or purple, can actually increase the value if the colors are vibrant. Collectors in the USA absolutely love rainbow-toned quarters from the late 40s, and they will often pay double the book value just for the eye appeal of a beautifully aged silver surface. So what is your 1946 Washington quarter actually worth in today's market? A common circulated example will typically sell for its silver melt value plus a small premium, usually around $15 to $18. However, if you have a certified MS-65 example, prices jump to around $35 to $50. The 1946 S in high grade is particularly sought after because of its lower mintage. As more of these coins are melted down for their silver content or tucked away into private forever collections, the supply of raw, unsearched 1946 silver is shrinking every single year. This makes the 1946 era a fantastic entry point for new collectors who want to own a piece of American history without spending thousands of dollars up front. Whether you are a stacker looking for silver weight or a numismatist looking for rare die varieties, the 1946 Washington quarter remains a cornerstone of the hobby. Keep checking those estate sales and coin rolls because you never know when a mint state treasure will show up. It's a classic piece of the silver era that continues to fascinate the community. Like and follow for more videos. Ever wonder what it feels like to hold a genuine piece of American history that shines with the brilliance of 90% pure silver? You are watching The Diggin' Dave, where we explore the most iconic treasures of the United States. And today, we are focusing on a legendary survivor, the 1947 Washington quarter. This specific coin represents a pivotal moment in the American story. Minted during the first full years of the post-war boom, when the nation was brimming with optimism and economic power. Unlike the dull, copper-edged quarters you find in your pocket today, these vintage silver-era classics carry a weight and a luster that command respect the moment they hit your palm. In 1947, these coins were the lifeblood of American commerce, used for everything from jukeboxes to the very first suburban vending machines. We are going to break down why this particular year is a favorite for collectors across the USA, examining the silver content, the historical significance, and the secret mint marks that can turn a common quarter into a high-value rarity today. To understand the financial journey of the 1947 quarter, we have to look at its purchasing power then versus now. Back in 1947, 25 cents was actually a significant amount of money for the average American family. You could walk into a local diner and buy a full hamburger or a couple of cold glass bottle sodas with just this one silver coin. A gallon of gasoline in the United States back then averaged around 15 to 20 cents, meaning a single 1947 quarter could literally fill up a decent portion of your fuel tank. If you adjust for inflation, that quarter had the buying power of roughly $3.50 in today's currency. However, its value as a collector's item has far outpaced simple inflation. While it was once just a common coin used to buy a loaf of bread, it has now transitioned into a valuable asset. The journey from a simple utility coin to a prized numismatic treasure is a perfect example of how American history and precious metals combine to create long-term wealth for those who know exactly what to look for in their old collections. The primary reason the 1947 quarter is so valuable today is its 90% silver composition. When these coins were circulating in the late 40s, the silver was just part of the government standard. But after 1964, the USA stopped using silver for quarters, making these older dates instantly more precious. Today, the melt value alone, which is just the raw price of the silver inside, usually fluctuates between $4.50 and $6, depending on the current market price of silver bullion. This means that even a heavily worn, beat-up 1947 quarter is worth at least 18 to 24 times its original face value just for the metal. In the past, specifically during the silver spike of 1980, these coins saw a massive jump in value as people rushed to melt them down for quick cash. Thankfully, many survived, and they now serve as a great entry point for American investors who want to hedge against inflation. It is a strange feeling to know that a coin, which once bought a candy bar, now holds enough silver value to buy a whole gourmet meal. While the base silver value is solid, the real money comes from the mint marks found on the reverse side. If you look closely above the R in the word quarter, you might see a D for Denver or an S for San Francisco. In 1947, the San Francisco Mint produced about 11 million quarters, which sounds like a lot, but it is small compared to the 44 million from Philadelphia. In the past, you could find these in circulation for face value, but today, a 1947 San Francisco Mint quarter in high grade can be worth a significant premium. For example, a standard circulated version might sell for $8 to $12, but a certified high-grade mint state 66 specimen can fetch over $150 at a U.S. auction. The Denver D marks are also highly prized for their sharp strikes. American collectors often spend years hunting for the perfect MS-grade coin to complete their sets. This search for perfection is what drives the prices up, as the supply of uncirculated 1947 silver quarters continues to shrink while the demand from new collectors grows. In the professional American coin market, the difference between a $5 coin and a $500 coin often comes down to a few microscopic scratches. This is where the Sheldon grading scale of 1 to 70 becomes essential. In the 1950s and 60s, these quarters were often tossed into jars or bags, causing bag marks that lower the grade today. A 1947 quarter that has been professionally graded as Mint State 67 is an extreme rarity. In recent years, these top-tier coins have sold for staggering amounts, sometimes exceeding $2,500 for a single 25-cent piece. This is a massive leap from its $0.25 origin, or even its $10 silver value. For a serious collector in the USA, paying that premium is an investment in quality and rarity. You are buying one of the few surviving examples that looks exactly as it did the day it left the mint in 1947. When you compare the past price of just a few cents to the current potential of thousands of dollars, it is clear why coin collecting is such a popular hobby. The market for silver Washington quarters has seen some fascinating shifts over the last few decades in the United States. During the early 2000s, prices were relatively stable, but with the rise of online auctions and social media collecting groups, interest in the 1947 date has surged. We are seeing a new generation of American collectors who value the original skin or natural toning of these coins. Toning occurs when the silver reacts with the air or the caper of old coin albums, creating beautiful hues of blue, gold, and magenta. In the past, people would sometimes try to clean these colors off, which was a huge mistake that destroyed the value. Today, a 1947 quarter with vivid, attractive rainbow toning can sell for a massive premium of $50 to $100 over a white coin of the same grade. This shift in taste shows how the American market evolves, turning what was once considered a blemish into a highly desired artistic feature. It makes every 1947 quarter a unique piece of art that carries its own history and visual character. If we take a look at the historical data, a 1947 quarter in the year 1975 was mostly valued just for its silver, which was quite low at the time. You could often buy rolls of these for just $20 or $30 at local coin shops. Fast forward to the present day, and the landscape has changed completely. The combination of silver's rise and the increased rarity of high-grade survivors has made them a staple of American investment portfolios. Even the common circulated coins that were once ignored are now being hoarded by people who recognize that the supply is finite. In the past, you might have seen these coins as just old money, but today they are viewed as a hard asset with a current value of at least $5 each in silver. Whether you are looking at a coin worth $5 or one worth $500, the growth is undeniable. This historical perspective helps us realize that we aren't just collecting metal, we are preserving a piece of the American economy that has survived through Cold Wars, economic booms, and technological revolutions for decades. As we look toward the future, the legacy of the 1947 Washington quarter seems more secure than ever. With more Americans becoming interested in tangible assets and historical collecting, the demand for these silver-era classics is likely to continue its upward trend. These coins offer a perfect blend of silver bullion security and numismatic upside, making them a smart choice for anyone looking to start a collection in the USA. We have explored the humble beginnings of this quarter, its incredible purchasing power in the 1940s, and its impressive rise to a high-value collector's item in the modern day. Every time you hold one of these 90% silver pieces, you are connected to the workers, families, and shopkeepers who built the post-war American dream. It is a privilege to study these artifacts and share their stories with a new generation of treasure hunters who appreciate the fine details and the rich history of our national currency. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the silver era as we uncovered the secrets of 1947. Like and follow for more videos. Imagine you are sifting through a large jar of old family coins and you spot a shiny silver dime dated 1949. To most people, it looks like just 10 cents, but to a seasoned collector, that tiny piece of metal could be worth a small fortune. Welcome to the Diggin' Dave, where we uncover the hidden treasures buried in plain sight. Most folks think only the oldest coins carry value. But 1949 was a year that produced some of the most overlooked gems in American numismatics. While millions were minted, very few survived in pristine condition, and certain unique minting features make specific 1949 dimes legendary among the elite. Today, we are diving deep into the 1949 Roosevelt dime to show you exactly why this specific year is a key date for collectors and what unique mint features you need to look for to hit the jackpot. If you find one of these in your pocket change, you aren't just holding silver. You are holding a piece of history that investors are desperate to get their hands on right now. We will track the incredible price jumps from past decades to current 2026 market values. To understand the value of this coin, we have to look back at the era it was born into. In 1949, the United States was still adjusting to the post-war economy, and the Roosevelt dime was a relatively new design. Unlike the dimes we use today, which are made of copper and nickel, the 1949 version is struck in 90% silver. This gives the coin an intrinsic melt value that fluctuates with the silver market. Back in the early 1960s, these dimes were simply worth their face value of 10 cents because silver was cheap. However, as silver prices rose, so did the floor price of these coins. By the year 2000, the silver melt value of a 1949 dime was roughly 70 cents. Fast forward to the current market in 2026, with silver trading at much higher levels, The raw metal alone in one of these dimes is worth approximately $2.50 to $3. This means even a damaged or heavily worn 1949 dime is worth 30 times its original face value. For collectors, though, the silver content is just the beginning of the story, as the numismatic or collector value can climb much higher in the open market. One of the first things you must do when you find a 1949 dime is flip it over and look at the reverse side. Just to the left of the base of the torch, you might see a small letter S or D. If there is no letter, it was minted in Philadelphia. While all three are valuable in high grades, the 1949 S from the San Francisco Mint is the true king of the year. The San Francisco Mint produced only 13.5 million dimes in 1949, which is a tiny amount compared to modern runs. Historically, in the 1980s, a 1949 S in decent condition might have cost you $5 to $10. Today, in 2026, that same coin in a fine condition is valued at around $15 to $20, while uncirculated versions easily command $80 to $150. Because the San Francisco Mint had inconsistent production quality, finding one with sharp, crisp details is incredibly difficult. Most of these coins were struck with dies that were used far past their prime, making high-quality survivors a rare find that keeps increasing in value year after year for smart investors who know what to look for in the wild today. If you want to know if your dime is worth $50 or $5,000, you have to look at a feature called full bands. On the reverse of the dime, there is a torch with horizontal bands at the top and the bottom. On most 1949 dimes, these bands look flat or blended together because the strike wasn't strong enough. However, if you find a coin where the horizontal lines are perfectly separated with a clear gap between them, you have found a full band specimen. This is the ultimate unique mint feature that drives professional collectors crazy. Back in the early 2000s, a 1949 Philadelphia dime with full bands in MS67 grade might have sold for $400. In recent years, auction records for top-tier 1949 full bands dimes have exploded, with some reaching as high as $13,000. This proves that even a common year can become a legendary treasure if the minting strike was powerful enough to capture every single detail. It is the holy grail for dime hunters because it represents technical perfection from the U.S. Mint during a very difficult production era where most coins came out looking quite blurry. There is a fascinating bit of history hidden right under the neck of Roosevelt on the obverse side. You will see the tiny initials JS, which stand for the designer John Sinnock. When this coin was first released in the late 1940s, a wild urban legend spread across the United States. Because it was the start of the Cold War, many people mistakenly believed that the JS stood for Joseph Stalin, the leader of the Soviet Union. People thought a communist spy had infiltrated the U.S. Mint to put Stalin's initials on American currency. This caused a massive public outcry, and the Mint had to issue official statements to clarify that the initials belonged to their own chief engraver. While this controversy doesn't have a specific dollar price attached to it, it significantly drives the demand for the 1949 date. Collectors love coins with drama, and this story makes the 1949 dime a staple in every serious American collection. It serves as a reminder of the paranoia and tension of the era, adding cultural value that ensures these coins are always easy to sell to history buffs globally. When we talk about these coins being worth thousands, we are usually talking about mint state examples. Most 1949 dimes you find will be circulated, meaning they have scratches and a dull gray color. These are worth about $3 to $5 in 2026. However, the real money is in the uncirculated coins, those that were tucked away in bankrolls and never used. To see the price difference, look at the 1949D from Denver. In the year 2010, an MS68 grade 1949D sold at auction for about $3,100. Today, high-grade examples with beautiful toning, which are natural colors on the silver, can reach even higher prices as the supply of pristine coins shrinks. Even a small difference in condition can mean a massive jump in price. a coin graded MS-63 might be worth only $25. But that same coin, graded MS-67, can be worth $150 to $300. It is all about how well that silver surface has been preserved over the last 75 years. Professional grading by companies like PCGS or NGC is the key to unlocking these high-tier dollar amounts for your collection or for a future auction sale to elite buyers. For the true treasure hunters, the 1949 series also offers some unique mint errors that are highly sought after. Specifically, the 1949S has a known repunched mint mark variety. This happened when a newt worker punched the S into the die, noticed it was slightly off, and punched it again. If you look at the mint mark under a magnifying glass, you might see a doubled appearance or a shadow of a second S underneath the main one. In the past, these were often overlooked and sold for the same price as regular dimes. Today, a verified repunched mint mark can add a premium of $50 to $100 or more to the coin's base value. There are also examples of clipped planchets where the coin blank was cut improperly, leaving a crescent-shaped chunk missing. These errors are like winning the lottery, because each error is unique. Their value is determined by how much a collector is willing to bid at that moment. Finding a 1949 dime that combines silver content, a key date mint mark, and a rare minting error is the ultimate goal for any serious collector looking to maximize their final profit. So, what should you do if you think you've found a winner? First, do not clean it. Cleaning a rare coin can actually destroy its value by scratching the surface, often dropping a $500 coin down to its $3 silver melt value instantly. Instead, keep it in a soft protective case and compare it to high-resolution photos of graded 1949 dimes online. Look for those full bands on the back and check for the S or D mint marks. Whether you are a casual hobbyist or someone looking for a serious investment, the 1949 Roosevelt dime is a perfect example of why coin collecting is so exciting. It is a blend of silver value, historical controversy, and rare minting perfection. As we move through 2026, the demand for these silver key dates continues to rise as more investors look for tangible assets. You never know when a simple 10-cent piece could turn into a discovery worth thousands of dollars. The next time you see an old silver coin, remember that the history is worth more than the metal. Keep your eyes peeled for those 1949 dates and the unique features we discussed today. Like and follow for more videos. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Diggin' Dave, and today we're hunting for a hidden treasure that's likely sitting in your spare change jar right now. We're talking about the 1950s Lincoln wheat cent. Now, at first glance, this might look like just another old copper penny, but to the trained eye, it represents a very specific era of American history and a massive opportunity for collectors. While billions of pennies were minted in the 50s, the San Francisco Mint, the legendary S Mint, had a much lower production rate this year compared to Philly or Denver. This coin is often overlooked because it isn't a famous key date like the 1909 SVDB, but that is exactly why it's a hidden gem. Most people spend them without even looking at the mint mark, but today I'm going to show you why that's a huge mistake. We're going to break down the mintage numbers, the grading factors that skyrocket the price, and those tiny mint mark errors that can turn a common cent into a serious payday. So grab your magnifying glass, get your penny rolls ready, and let's dive deep into the 1950s Lincoln cent. Let's get into the numbers, because in the US coin market, mintage is king. In 1950, the Philadelphia Mint pumped out over 272 million pennies, and Denver followed with a staggering 334 million. But then we have San Francisco. The S Mint only produced about 118 million pennies that year. Now, I know 118 million sounds like a huge number, but in the world of Lincoln cents, that is actually quite low for that time period. San Francisco has always been the favorite mint for US collectors because of its history of lower mintage and higher quality strikes. Because fewer were made, even fewer survived in great condition. Over the last 70 years, millions of these have been lost, melted, or worn down to nothing through daily commerce. Finding a 1950s today isn't impossible, but finding one that hasn't been beat up by decades of travel is the real challenge. When you see that tiny S underneath the date, you need to realize you're looking at a coin that is already more rare than over 600 million of its brothers from the same year. That S is your first hint that you found something special. Now, let's talk about what truly separates a 15-cent penny from a $500 treasure: the color and the grade. When these coins left the San Francisco Mint in 1950, they were a bright, shiny orange-red. But copper is a reactive metal. It turns brown over time as it's exposed to air and oils. In the hobby, we grade these as BN for brown, RB for red-brown, and RD for full red. If you find a 1950 S that still has at least 95% of its original mint luster, that bright red color, you are sitting on a winner. Most 1950 S pennies you find in the wild will be brown and worth maybe 20 cents. But a full red specimen in a high grade like MS66 or MS67 is a different story. In fact, a 1950 S graded MS68 red has been known to sell for over $10,000 at auction. That is a massive return for a single penny. When you're digging through your coins, look for sharp details in Lincoln's beard and the lines in the wheat ears on the back. If those lines are crisp and the coin still glows like a new copper pipe, do not clean it. Cleaning a coin destroys its value instantly. Keep it exactly as it is. All right, here is the part you error hunters have been waiting for. The 1950 S is famous among variety collectors for the RPM or repunched mint mark. Back in 1950, the mint marks were hand-punched into the dies by human workers. Sometimes, the worker would hit the punch, see it was slightly off-center, and hit it again. This created the S over S error. To find this, you'll need a 10x jeweler's loupe or a digital microscope. Look closely at that S, mint mark. Do you see a secondary curve or a serif peeking out from the top or bottom of the main letter? If you see a clear doubling of the S, you found a repunched mint mark. These varieties are highly sought after by specialists. Collectors will pay a significant premium for these because they are unique snapshots of a mistake made at the mint. Even in circulated condition, a confirmed S over S can be worth 10 to 20 times the value of a regular penny. We also see die cracks on this year, especially near Lincoln's head. Collectors call these BIE errors when a crack makes it look like there's an extra letter in the word Liberty. These tiny details are exactly what we look for. So, what's the final verdict on the 1950 S Lincoln penny? It is a classic semi-key date that offers something for everyone. Whether you're a beginner just starting a wheat penny album or a high-end investor looking for those flawless red specimens, this coin is a must-have for any U.S. collection. My advice? Never skip over a 1950 penny without checking for that S mint mark. If it has the S, take a second to check the color. If it's red, or if you see doubling on that mint mark, you might have just found a piece of history that's worth way more than a cent. Remember, the treasure is out there. You just have to be willing to look closer than everyone else. That's what we do here. I want to hear from you guys. Have you ever found a 1950 S in a roll or your pocket change? Drop a comment below and let me know the best condition you've ever seen. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel so you never miss a discovery. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm Diggin' Dave, and as always, keep your eyes on the ground and your hands in the dirt. Happy diggin'. The Diggin' Dave presents a fascinating journey back to the 1960s, a decade that changed American pocket change forever. Many of you might have jars full of old coins, thinking they're just worth face value. But the truth is that some of these everyday items are hidden treasures. During the early 60s, the United States Mint was still producing coins with high silver content, making them worth significantly more than their printed denominations today. In 1960, a single dollar had the purchasing power of nearly $10 in 2026 money. Finding these pieces in circulation has become harder, yet not impossible. If you know exactly what to look for, you could be holding a small fortune in the palm of your hand right now. This era was marked by massive economic shifts and changes in metal compositions, creating unique varieties and rare errors that collectors across the USA are desperate to find. In this video, we are going to break down the most iconic 1960s coins that are still floating around today. The first major variety you need to keep your eyes peeled for is the 1960 Lincoln Memorial Cent. In this year, the Philadelphia and Denver mints produced two distinct versions of the date, the large date and the small date. The 1960 small date is the one that really gets collectors excited. To identify it, you have to look closely at the numbers in the date. Back then, a penny was just a penny, but today, a 1960 small date in high grade can be worth $10 to $50, with rare proof versions hitting over $2,500. On the small date variety, the top of the digit 6 is much shorter and doesn't rise as high as the top of the digit 1. Additionally, the 0 in the date is smaller and more oval-shaped compared to the rounder 0 on the large date version. While millions were made, finding a high-grade 1960 small date penny in your pocket change is a massive win. Some of these pennies have sold for thousands of dollars in pristine condition. You must always check dates very carefully. Perhaps the most famous transition in U.S. coinage happened in 1964. This was the final year that the United States Mint produced quarters intended for circulation that contained 90% silver. If you find a Washington quarter dated 1964 or earlier, you aren't just holding 25 cents, you are holding precious metal. In 1964, you could buy a gallon of gas for about 30 cents with these coins. Today, the silver alone is worth about $6 to $8 depending on market spot prices, which is a 2,400% increase in value. Identifying these is easy even without looking at the date. If you look at the edge of the coin and see a solid silver-colored line without any brown copper showing, you've found silver. Another trick is the ping test. Silver coins have a high-pitched, musical ring when dropped on a hard surface, unlike the dull thud of modern clad coins. While most silver was pulled from circulation decades ago, they still pop up occasionally. Every quarter is worth checking. A 25-cent coin is now a treasure. Moving into 1965, the U.S. Mint switched to clad coinage, which is a mix of copper and nickel. However, during this transition, a few legendary mistakes happened. This created what we call the 1965 silver transitional error. A very small number of 1965 quarters were accidentally struck on leftover silver planchets from 1964. These are the holy grails of modern pocket change. While a normal 1965 quarter is only worth its face value of 25 cents, a silver error version can sell for $7,000 to $15,000 at major auctions today. Because they look almost identical to the common clad 1965 quarters, most people never notice them. To find one, you must weigh the coin. A standard 1965 clad quarter weighs about 5.67 grams, but a rare silver error version will weigh approximately 6.25 grams. If you see a 1965 quarter that has a solid silver edge with no copper stripe, stop what you are doing and get a scale. It is the ultimate needle in a haystack for American coin hunters. That single mistake is now worth a car. Just like the quarters, Roosevelt dimes also underwent a massive change in 1964. Every dime minted from 1946 to 1964 contains 90% silver. These are often overlooked because they are so small, but their value is significant. In 1960, a dime could buy you a comic book or a loaf of bread. Today, that same silver dime has a melt value of about $2.50, and rare mint states can go for $500 or more. In the world of coin hunting, dimes are often the easiest silver coins to find because they are small and frequently ignored by the general public. Look for the dates 1960, 1961, 1962, 1963, and 1964. If you see these years, you have found real money. Also, keep an eye out for the 1964 D. Roosevelt dime, which had a massive mintage but can still be found in surprisingly good condition. Some collectors focus entirely on dime rolls from the bank because the success rate for finding silver is often higher than with quarters. Beyond the silver value, look for full torch lines on the reverse. Dimes are gems. If you want to find a coin that could literally buy you a new house, you need to look for the 1969 S double die Lincoln penny. This is one of the most famous error coins in American history. This error occurred when the coin was struck by a die that had a shifted image, resulting in a clear doubling of the letters and numbers. In 1969, this was just a penny used to buy candy. In 2026, an authentic 1969 double die can sell for $35,000 to over $125,000 depending on the grade. When you look at one, you will see a very obvious shadow or second image on the words Liberty and In God We Trust. It is important to note that this must be the mint mark version from San Francisco. There are many common 1969 pennies with machine doubling, which isn't worth much, but a true double die is unmistakable and extremely rare. Imagine finding 6 figures in a jar of pennies. It's the kind of discovery that makes national news and changes lives. Always check your 1969 pennies very closely with a loupe. A cent can be a fortune. The Kennedy half-dollar was introduced in 1964 to honor the late President John F. Kennedy, and it became an instant icon. The 1964 version is highly prized because it is 90% silver. In 1964, this coin was worth 50 cents. Today, its silver value is roughly $12 or $15. However, the mint continued to use silver in half dollars from 1965 through 1970 at a reduced purity of 40%. These silver-clad halves are currently worth about $5 to $7 each. Finding a 1965 through 1969 Kennedy half-dollar in circulation is a fantastic find. Most banks don't give out half-dollars regularly, so you often have to ask the teller for them specifically. This is a technique called coin rolls hunting. Many hunters find that because half-dollars aren't used in daily transactions, the older silver ones stay hidden in bank vaults for years. The 1964 Kennedy is particularly beautiful, with a deep luster that modern coins cannot replicate. Whether it's 90% or 40% silver, these coins represent value. They are staples for collectors. To be a successful coin hunter in the USA, you need patience and a sharp eye. The 1960s gave us some of the best varieties to search for, from the silver quarters and dimes to the rare double die pennies. The key is to make it a habit to check every single coin that passes through your hands. Use tools like a digital gram scale for those tricky 1965 transitional errors and a 10 times magnifying loupe to inspect the dates and mint marks. Remember, the value of these coins has jumped from cents in the 1960s to thousands of dollars in 2026. Many people in the United States are sitting on hundreds of dollars in their change jars without even knowing it. By educating yourself on these specific 1960s classics, you are already ahead of 99% of the population. Stay consistent, keep digging through those rolls, and never underestimate the power of a single cent or dime. We hope this guide helps you uncover some amazing treasures. Thank you for watching. Like and follow for more videos. In the world of high-stakes coin collecting, sometimes what isn't there is worth far more than what is. Imagine holding a 1975 Roosevelt dime. It's got that beautiful mirror-like proof finish. It looks perfect. But then, you look for the mint mark, the mark of the San Francisco Mint, and you realize it's just not there. To most people, it's a 10-cent piece. To a numismatist, it is the absolute holy grail of modern American coinage. Today, we're uncovering the mystery of the 1975 no-S-proof Roosevelt dime, a coin so rare most collectors will never even see one in person. So, how does a coin like this even happen? Back in 1975, the U.S. Mint was producing proof sets for collectors. These aren't your average pocket change. They're struck multiple times on polished blanks to create a high-contrast, frosted look. By this time, all proof production had moved to San Francisco, but there was a breakdown in the system. The dies, the metal stamps used to create the coins, were made at the Philadelphia Mint. 2 of those dies were shipped to San Francisco, but someone forgot to punch the mint mark onto them. The workers in San Francisco loaded them into the presses, started the machines, and began striking. Thousands of these error coins were likely made, but almost all of them were caught and destroyed before leaving the building. For decades, the 1975 No-S was a legend, a ghost. Rumors swirled, but for a long time, we only knew of two survivors, just two. The first was discovered in 1977, but it's the second one that has the most incredible story. It was purchased by a family in Ohio back in 1978 for about $18,000. At the time, people thought they were crazy. That family didn't flaunt it. They didn't put it in a museum. Instead, tons. They put it in a bank vault and left it there for over 40 years. It became a hidden family secret. It wasn't until recently, after the original owners passed away, that the coin finally saw the light of day again, sending shockwaves through the entire collecting community. Now let's talk numbers. What is a missing letter S actually worth? In 2019, one of these two known specimens went up for auction. The final price? A staggering $456,000. Think about that. It's a dime. That is worth nearly $500,000. That makes it rarer than the legendary 1804 silver dollar. While there are other no-S errors from years like 1968 or 1983, they aren't in the same league. The 1975 is the undisputed king because the population is so incredibly low. The 1975 no-S dime is a reminder that even in a highly regulated system, mistakes happen, and those mistakes can turn a piece of copper and nickel into a fortune. The big question remains, is there a third one out there? Thousands of 1975 proof sets are still sitting in basements and attics across America. Most people just see 10 cents, but now you know what to look for. Check your sets. Look closely at the date, because you might just be holding a $500,000 ghost. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Diggin' Dave. Today we are diving into a giant of American history that could be hiding a massive payday in your very own coin jar. We are talking about the famous 1976 bicentennial Eisenhower dollar. Most people see this huge, heavy coin and think it is just a common souvenir from America's 200th birthday celebration, but the reality is much more exciting for your wallet. Over the last few years, the market for these Ike dollars has absolutely exploded in value. What used to be a coin that most serious collectors ignored is now breaking major records at elite auction houses like Heritage and Stack's Bowers across the country. We have seen specific versions of this coin go from being worth just a few dollars in the early 2000s to selling for over $10,000 in today's current 2026 market. If you have one of these sitting in an old drawer or a plastic bin, you need to pay very close attention to the specific details I am about to show you right now. Let's get started and see if you are holding one of these treasures today. The 1976 bicentennial Eisenhower dollar is instantly recognizable to almost everyone because of its massive physical size and the special double date 1776-1976 stamped on the front. This was a one-time-only special design created to celebrate the United States' 200th anniversary of independence from Great Britain. While the front of the coin shows the stern profile of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, the back features a unique and beautiful combination of the Liberty Bell superimposed over the moon. This design was created by a young art student named Dennis R. Williams and was meant to link America's revolutionary past with its modern achievements in space exploration. In the past, specifically around the years 2000 to 2010, these coins were mostly kept as simple family keepsakes. Their market value stayed very low for a long time, rarely crossing the $5 mark for standard circulated coins. However, as we move through 2026, the demand for high-grade examples has surged to all-time highs. Serious collectors are now fighting over the very finest specimens today. To truly understand the value, we have to look at the history of how the United States Mint actually produced these giants. They actually started minting the bicentennial dollars in 1975 to make sure there were enough for the big national celebration in 1976. This is why you will never find an Eisenhower dollar with a 1975 date. They all carry that famous 1776-1976 double date. During this long production run, the mint realized that the design on the back was not showing up clearly on the hard copper-nickel metal. Because of this technical issue, they actually changed the design in the middle of production to make the details strike better. This created two distinct versions, known to collectors as Type 1 and Type 2. Historically, in the 1980s and 1990s, most people did not even notice this change. It was not until the early 2000s that professional numismatists began to realize how much rarer the Type 1 coins actually were in high grades. Today, in 2026, this historical fix by the mint is the main reason why some of these coins are worth a massive premium for every collector. Let's get into the technical details of the two types, because this is exactly where the money is made. To identify your coin, you must look at the words United States of America on the back. The Type 1 coin has very thick, blocky, sans serif letters. They look wide, flat, and bold, almost like they were stamped with a heavy hand. The Type 2 coin, which is much more common, has thinner, sharper letters with clear serifs. Those are the tiny little decorative feet on the ends of letters, like N and E. Historically, the Type 2 was the improved version, but because they made so many more of them, the Type 1 has become the ultimate prize for collectors. Back in 2010, you could find a very nice Type 1 for maybe $20 or $30, but today, in the 2026 market, the gap has widened significantly. A Type 1 in a high grade is now considered a key coin for any serious Eisenhower set. Always check that lettering first. If the letters look chunky and bold, you have the scarcer Type 1. If they look thin and refined, you have the more common Type 2 in your hand. If you want to find the ultimate treasure, you have to look for the mistakes. The most famous error is the 1976 S, no S, proof dollar. All collector proof coins were supposed to be made in San Francisco with an S mint mark, but one single specimen was found without it. In the late 1980s, this coin was valued at around $30,000, but by today's 2026 standards, experts estimate it could be worth nearly $800,000 if it ever hit the auction block again. But don't worry, there are errors you can actually find in the wild too. Look for doubled dies on the front, especially on the words "In God We Trust." If the letters look like they have a shadow or are doubled, you have a winner. In the past, these were often missed, but now in 2026, with better cameras and digital microscopes, these errors are being discovered more often by regular hunters. Also, look for coins struck on the wrong metal or with clipped edges. A coin that was struck off-center by just 10% can be worth $500 today. These accidents are what make coin hunting very profitable. Let's talk about the cold hard cash and how prices have changed over time. If we look back at auction records from 2004, a nearly perfect MS-66 Type 2 Ike dollar sold for about $2,000. Fast forward to 2026, and that same grade can reach a staggering $10,800 at a high-end auction. The Type 1 Philadelphia coins have seen similar growth. A high-grade MS-66 that was worth $800 in 2012 is now pushing past $3,000 in today's market. For the silver versions, which were sold in special blue envelopes, the prices have also climbed. A silver uncirculated MS-68 was roughly a $100 coin 10 years ago, but today, collectors are paying over $400 for that same quality. Even if your coin is circulated and a bit worn, it is still worth more than face value if it's the silver version, usually trading around $25 to $30 due to the current 2026 price of silver. However, the real moon money is in the mint state grades. If your coin has 0 scratches, you are looking at a huge profit. Here is my professional advice for everyone watching. Always check the edge of your coin. In 1976, the mint made 2 different metal compositions. Most are clad, which is a mix of copper and nickel, but they also made millions of 40% silver coins. If you look at the edge and see a solid silver color with no copper stripe, you have the silver version. Historically, people used to break these out of their mint sets to spend them, so they do show up in the wild from time to time. Another tip, never clean your coins. I have seen collectors lose thousands of dollars because they tried to make a coin shiny with a cloth or chemicals. In 2026, collectors want originality. Even a toned coin with a rainbow color can be worth more than a shiny cleaned one. Use a 10 times magnifying glass to look for the Type 1 lettering we talked about. Finally, if you think you have a high-grade coin, get it certified by PCGS or NGC. A coin that looks like a dollar can be a life-changing find once it is in a professional plastic slab. Check every large dollar you see today. The 1976 bicentennial Eisenhower dollar is a massive piece of American pride that continues to surprise the collecting world every single year. From the chunky Type 1 letters to the rare silver proofs and the million-dollar errors, there is so much to discover in this single series. Whether you are holding a coin worth $1 or $10,000, you are holding a piece of the American spirit from 1776. I hope this deep dive into the past and present values helps you on your next coin hunt. Remember, the treasures are out there. You just have to know what to look for. Thank you for joining me on this journey through one of my favorite coins in the U.S. Mint's history. If you found this information helpful and want to stay updated on the latest coin values, market trends, and rare finds, make sure to support the channel. I will be back soon with more secrets from the world of numismatics. Until next time, keep your eyes on the change and keep digging for that next big discovery. It has been a pleasure sharing these tips. Like and follow for more videos.
If you have a 1990 Singapore $1 coin, you are holding a piece of the Floral series. In 1990, the Singapore Mint struck over 37.7 million of these coins. Because of this high mintage, most circulated copies are only worth their face value. However, today, we are looking at the specific technical errors and auction history that actually matter to collectors. The most sought-after technical error for the 1990 series is the double rim or lip effect. This occurs during the minting process when the coin is uniquely struck, creating a symmetrical second rim visible to the naked eye. While rare, these are distinct from off-center strikes. Another documented error is the double die reverse, specifically showing doubling on the letters of Singapore. These aren't stories, they are verified minting accidents. Let's look at the auction history. Most 1990 dollars sell on platforms like eBay or Carousel for $2 to $5 SGD if they are in standard circulated condition. However, mint state examples, those with zero scratches and full original luster, fetch a premium. For example, high-grade uncirculated sets containing the 1990 dollar have recently realized between $20 and $115 depending on the certification and the presence of rare companion coins like the 1990 50-cent piece. You may see listings online asking for thousands of dollars for rare 1990 coins. Be careful. Auction history shows that unless a coin is certified by NGC or PCGS with a verified error like a major broad strike or a wrong planchet error, it will not reach those prices. Always verify the sold listings, not the asking prices, to see the true market value. Check your 1990 coins for sharp doubling on the letters or that unique double rim. If you find one, it's worth a professional look. I'm the Diggin' Dave, providing real data for real collectors. Follow for more coin facts. The Diggin' Dave is diving into a mystery that sat in the pockets of millions of Americans for weeks before a single person realized something was different. Imagine walking into a gas station in North Carolina, grabbing your change, and seeing a letter on your penny that technically should not exist. In early 2017, the rules of numismatic history were quietly broken. A collector named Terry Grandstaff was the very first to sound the alarm on a message board, showing off a brand new Lincoln cent with a tiny P stamped right under the date. Most people initially thought it was a fake or a clever prank, but the truth was much more intentional. This was the start of a one-year-only event that changed the penny forever and gave every American a rare piece of history to find and change. To understand why this P is such a big deal for your collection, You have to look back to the very beginning of the United States Mint in 1792. Since Philadelphia was the original and only minting facility at the time, there was never a need to identify where the coins came from. As other branches opened in places like Denver and San Francisco, they used D and S marks to distinguish their work, while Philly stayed plain. This tradition held firm for exactly 225 years. Even when the P was added to nickels, dimes, and quarters in the 1980s, the humble penny was purposefully left out. It remained the only circulating U.S. coin without a mint mark from its home facility. That changed in 2017 as a special tribute to the workers who wanted to show their city pride for the anniversary. The most interesting part of this story is how the U.S. Mint handled the release. Usually, when a new design is coming, there are press releases and huge marketing campaigns. But for the 2017 P. Lincoln cent, the Mint played a game of wait and see. They quietly mixed these special pennies into shipments heading to Federal Reserve banks in early January without saying a single word to the public. Officials actually wanted to see how long it would take for sharp-eyed collectors to notice the tiny P sitting under Lincoln's bust. It took about 13 days for the first report to surface. This silent release created a massive wave of excitement across the USA as hunters scrambled to their local banks to find the very first rolls of this historic and unique one-year type in modern history. Now, you might be wondering if these are actually rare. In terms of total numbers, the Philadelphia Mint didn't hold back. They struck over 4.3 billion of these 2017 P pennies for general circulation. Because that number is so high, a standard penny you find in your pocket change today is generally only worth its face value of 1 cent. However, there is a catch. Because these were a one-year-only issue, meaning the P vanished and reverted to a no-mint mark design in 2018, many collectors hoarded original bank-wrapped rolls immediately. While billions were made, finding one in perfect, flawless condition is becoming harder every year. Most coins in circulation today are scratched or dull, which makes the high-grade examples the real targets for any serious American coin collector today. If you are looking through your change right now, what is the actual value? While a circulated 2017 P is common, the price climbs significantly once you hit the mint state grades. If you find a specimen that looks like it just fell off the press, bright red with no visible scratches, it could be worth between $5 and $20. But the real money is in the top pop coins. For example, a 2017 P graded as MS67 red by Professional Services can sell for around $30 to $40. If you are lucky enough to find a rare MS68 condition coin, you could be looking at a value of $250 to $325 depending on the current market. It is all about the eye appeal and the lack of tiny contact marks from the metal coin bins at the mint. These prices show that even a simple penny can be a great investment. Beyond just the standard P mark, error hunters have found fascinating anomalies on these 2017 pennies that drive the price up even higher. Some collectors have reported double die varieties where you can see extra thickness on the lettering. There are also examples of struck-through errors where debris got caught between the die and the coin, creating unique indentations. Another interesting find is the plating blister error, where the copper coating has small bubbles. If you find a 2017 P that looks off-center or has doubled lettering in the date, you could have a coin worth $50 or even $150 to the right buyer. Always keep a magnifying glass handy when sorting your 2017 finds, because those tiny mistakes are where the biggest educational and financial discoveries happen. Even if you aren't looking to get rich, the 2017 P penny is an essential piece of American history. It represents a brief moment in time where the mint broke a rule that had stood since the era of George Washington. It is a type coin, meaning it is a unique design that only existed for 12 months. Most casual spenders don't even realize they are holding a piece of a 225-year anniversary tribute when they pay for their groceries. For a new collector in the USA, this is the perfect treasure hunt coin because it is still very easy to find in the wild. Yet it has a story that is much more interesting than your average penny. It marks the pride of the Philadelphia workforce and serves as a permanent reminder of the very first facility that started the American monetary system long ago. The best way to find a high-quality 2017 P today is to ask your bank for a box of pennies and look for those crisp copper-red edges. While the P might seem small, its significance in the world of numismatics is massive. If you manage to find one that is exceptionally shiny and free of spots, tuck it away in a protective holder to preserve its luster for the future. You never know when a common coin today might become a sought-after rarity, especially one with such a unique backstory. Keep your eyes peeled for that tiny letter under the date, and remember that every coin has a history if you look close enough. I hope this helps you find something great in your next hunt. Thank you for watching this educational guide for collectors. For more coin facts, like and follow for more videos.
Welcome back to the Diggin' Dave. Today, we are witnessing a moment that will be recorded in the history books of American currency forever. For over 230 years, the penny has been the backbone of American commerce, but the journey ends here. The United States Mint has officially announced the release of the 2025 Omega Lincoln penny set, marking the absolute final production run of the 1-cent piece for circulation. This isn't just another annual mint set. This is the Omega, the final chapter of the most collected coin in human history. Since 1909, the image of Abraham Lincoln has graced our pockets, but due to skyrocketing production costs and the digital shift in our economy, the Treasury has made the historic decision to retire the denomination. This 2025 set is designed to be a monumental tribute, featuring a unique Omega mint mark that has never been used in the history of U.S. coinage. Collectors around the globe are calling this the holy grail of modern numismatics. In this deep dive lesson, we aren't just looking at coins. We are looking at the final sunset of a copper legacy. We will explore why the government finally pulled the plug, the incredible design details of this final strike, and why the 2025 Omega set is predicted to become one of the most valuable assets in your collection. This is a scientific and historical breakdown of the end of the Lincoln cent and why you simply cannot afford to miss this final acquisition. Let's talk about the physical science that makes the 2025 Omega pennies different from every cent that came before them. For the final year, the U.S. Mint didn't just use standard zinc planchets. They opted for a special enhanced burnished finish to ensure these final specimens would survive for centuries without the dreaded zinc rot we see on older coins. Each coin in the Omega set is struck on a specially prepared planchet that has been polished to a mirror-like surface before entering the coining press. The composition remains the standard copper-plated zinc we've seen since 1982, but the application of the copper layer has been thickened by a microscopic margin to prevent oxidation. This is a masterpiece of metallurgical engineering. When you examine these coins under a 40 times microscope, you'll notice the strike pressure is significantly higher than standard circulation strikes. This results in what we call full steps on the Lincoln Memorial or incredible sharp detail on the Union Shield reverse. The science here is about durability and preservation. The Mint knows these coins will never spend a day in a vending machine. They are destined for high-end vaults and grading slabs. We are looking at a technical triumph, a coin designed with the precision of a high-tech instrument, ensuring that the final image of Lincoln remains pristine for future generations of historians. Understanding these physical attributes is the key to identifying a true Omega strike versus a standard 2025 business strike. To prevent counterfeiting and to establish a clear distinction for this final series, the 2025 Omega set introduces security features that are typically reserved for gold and silver bullion. The most prominent feature is the Omega symbol, the Greek letter representing the end, placed discreetly near the mint mark location. But that is only the beginning. For the first time on a 1-cent piece, the U.S. Mint has utilized laser microengraving. If you look at the base of Lincoln's bust with high-powered magnification, you will see a microscopic string of digits representing the final mintage count. This is a level of detail never before seen on small denomination currency. Why did they go to such lengths? Because the 2025 Omega pennies are expected to be the most forged coins of the next decade. By implementing these high-tech security markers, the Mint has created a fingerprint for every set. Additionally, the edge of the coin features a unique interrupted reading pattern, a departure from the smooth edge we've known for over a century. This change was made to signify that the coin is part of the finality series. As a collector, your job is to learn these markers. Being able to authenticate the omega symbol and the laser engravings is what will separate the professional numismatists from the amateurs. We are moving into an era where coin authentication is more about digital forensics than just visual inspection, and the 2025 Omega set is the pioneer of this new standard. In the world of investing, there is one law that reigns supreme, the law of scarcity. Historically, the final version of any currency becomes an instant driver of market value. Think back to the transition of 1964 silver or the final 1970s proof sets. Those who recognized the end of the era early were the ones who saw massive returns on their investment. The 2025 Omega set is the ultimate example of this phenomenon. The U.S. Mint has capped production at a fraction of the usual billions, making these the lowest mintage Lincoln cents since the early 20th century. We are talking about a total supply that cannot even come close to meeting the demand of the millions of penny collectors worldwide. This creates a supply-demand squeeze that typically leads to explosive price growth in the secondary market. Current projections for 2026 suggest that a 2025 Omega set in mint state 70 condition could command a premium 10 to 20 times its original issue price within the first 12 months. But it's not just about the money. It's about the cultural significance. This is the last time a sitting president will appear on a coin produced for the American public at this denomination. Financial literacy means recognizing when a common object becomes a rare asset. The Omega set is the pivot point where the penny stops being change and starts being wealth. We are analyzing a market shift that happens once in a lifetime, and the data suggests that 2025 is the year the collector's market changes forever. So, the question remains, how do you secure your place in history? As the Diggin' Dave, my mission is to ensure you are prepared for this transition. First, you must ensure you are sourcing your Omega sets directly from the U.S. Mint or verified authorized dealers. Because of the high value, tribute coins that look identical but lack the Omega security features are already flooding the market. Second, preservation is paramount. Because these coins have a high copper-plated surface, they are susceptible to environmental damage. I recommend immediate submission to professional grading services like PCGS or NGC to have them slabbed and sonically sealed. This not only preserves the grade, but also authenticates the Omega Mint mark for future resale. This set represents the closing of a door that was opened by Theodore Roosevelt and Victor David Brenner in 1909. When you hold a 2025 Omega penny, you are holding the final piece of a puzzle that took over a century to complete. It is a somber yet exciting moment for our community. The penny may be leaving our cash registers, but it will never leave our hearts or our collections. Make sure you are on the right side of history when the final hammer falls on the Lincoln cent production. Keep your eyes on the markers, your coins in protective sleeves, and as always, keep digging. I'm the Diggin' Dave, and thank you for being part of this historic final lesson on the American penny. Stop right there. Before you put another quarter into a parking meter or a vending machine, you need to look at the back of your 2004 Wisconsin quarters. Most people see a cow and an ear of corn and think it's just 25 cents. But for us hunters, this could be a $1,500 discovery hiding in your pocket change. I'm Dave from the Diggin' Dave, and today I'm revealing a massive U.S. Mint error that defines modern numismatic history. Now, full disclosure, I am a numismatic educator, not a financial advisor. This is about the history, the science, and the hobby of coin collecting. But the mystery here is legendary. Some experts even suggest this mistake was made on purpose during the production process. Stay with me, because in the next segment, I'm going to show you the extra leaf that turns this common coin into a high-value historical asset. If you don't know exactly where to look, you'll spend it without a second thought. Ready to see the secret marker? All right, let's look at the reverse side, the back of your 2004 Wisconsin quarter. Notice the corn stalk on the left? On a normal coin, there are 2 leaves. But on the rare error variety, there is a third leaf that looks like it's just grown out of nowhere. This is the extra leaf variety, and it's one of the most famous modern errors in American history. But here's the twist that keeps collectors glued to their magnifying glasses. There isn't just one type of extra leaf. There are two distinct versions, and one of them is significantly rarer and carries much higher interest at auctions than the other. If you find the wrong one, it's still a great find, but if you find the high leaf, you've hit the ultimate jackpot in modern change. I'm going to show you exactly how to tell the difference between the high and low leaf in the next segment. You need to know this because the market value difference is massive. Let's find out which one you might have. This is the technical part, so pay close attention. The high leaf is a small curved line of raised metal that actually touches the ear of corn itself. The low leaf is a curved line that arches lower and touches the cheese wheel. Both are what we call die gouges in numismatic terms. At the Dig and Dave, we've studied thousands of these, and the detail is everything. If the leaf is high, the collector demand is through the roof because of its extreme scarcity. But wait, there is a major trap you need to avoid. There is a specific mint mark on the front of the coin that must be there for this to be the real deal. If your coin has a different letter, you might be looking at a common variety and wasting your time. I'm going to reveal that master mint mark in segment 4. If your coin doesn't have it, you can put it back. Do you know which city made this legendary mistake? Let's flip the coin over. Flip that coin over and look right under the date. You are searching for a small d. This stands for the Denver Mint. This specific error is a Denver exclusive. If you see a P for Philadelphia, I'm sorry to tell you, the extra leaf variety doesn't exist for that mint. Many people spend hours searching through P quarters only to realize they were looking in the wrong place. At the Dig and Dave, we want you to be a smart, efficient hunter. Focus only on the D quarters from 2004. But here is the real question. How did a perfect leaf shape get onto a professional coin die in a secure mint? Some historians believe an employee did this as a secret signature. It's a scandal that makes this coin a must-have for any historical collection. But what is this scandal actually worth in real dollars at a public auction? In segment 5, I'm going to show you the recent auction records. The numbers are absolutely life-changing for a 25-cent coin. Let's talk numbers from a historical market perspective. A high-leaf Wisconsin quarter in perfect, uncirculated condition has been recorded selling for over $1,500 at major U.S. auctions. Even a low-leaf version that has been in circulation can fetch $50 to $100. That's a massive return for 25 cents. This is why U.S. collectors are so obsessed with this coin. It's a tangible asset you can find while sitting at your kitchen table. But here is the warning. Condition is the most important factor in the market value. A single scratch or a fingerprint can drop the value by hundreds of dollars instantly. That's why you need to know how to handle your find like a professional curator. In segment 6, I'm going to teach you the no-touch rule that protects the coin's historical integrity. If you handle this wrong, you're literally rubbing money off the surface. Let's talk about how to protect your discovery next. If you think you found an extra leaf, stop. Do not cling it. I have seen so many people try to polish their quarters to make them look better, and they instantly destroy the numismatic value. Collectors want the original mint luster, even if it's a bit dull. At the Dig and Dave, we teach you to hold the coin only by the edges. Place it in a PVC-free plastic flip or a soft envelope immediately. You are now the guardian of a piece of U.S. history. But even if it looks real to you, how do you prove it to a buyer? Scammers are now using lasers to etch fake leaves onto normal quarters to fool people. It's a dangerous game for the uneducated. In segment 7, I'm going to give you the scientific verification steps to make sure your coin is 100% authentic. Don't get scammed by a fake. Here is what the experts look for under the microscope to verify the error. A real extra leaf is raised metal. It's part of the coin's body created during the strike. A fake is usually a scratch or an engraving, which means the metal is pushed into the coin. When you look under a 10 times magnifying loupe, the texture of the leaf should match the rest of the cornstalk perfectly. If you see tiny tool marks or bright silver spots where the leaf is, it's a counterfeit. This is why educational awareness is your best tool in the hobby. You have to be smarter than the people trying to cheat the system. I always recommend sending a suspected find to a professional grading company like PCGS. But where do you actually go to get the most interest for your authentic find? In our final segment, I'm going to give you the roadmap to the top US collectors and a secret tip on how to get the most eyes on your coin. Ready for the final step? You've identified it, you've protected it, and you've verified it. Now, you look at platforms like heritage auctions or great collections. These are where the serious US collectors bid on these rarities. But before you go search your quarters, I want to hear from you. Look at your 2004 D quarters right now. Do you see 2 leaves or 3? Tell me in the comments. Every comment helps us build this community of hunters here at the Diggin' Dave. If you found this lesson helpful, share it with a friend who has a change jar. You might just make their day. Hit that follow button so you don't miss our next deep dive into the hidden wealth of US currency. There are millions of dollars still circulating out there, and someone has to find them. Why not you? Thanks for watching, stay sharp, and as always, keep hunting. I'll see you in the next educational lesson. What if I told you that a single piece of silver, originally worth just $1, could change your life today? Welcome to the Diggin' Dave, where we unearth the secrets of history's most iconic treasures. Today, we are diving deep into the legend of the Morgan silver dollar, the king of American coins, produced between 1878 and 1904, and once more in 1921. This isn't just money, it's a heavy, clinking piece of the American Wild West. Imagine the hands that held this. Outlaws in dusty saloons, gold miners in the Sierra Nevada, or even elite bankers in New York. But why is the world still obsessed with them? It's not just the 90% silver content, it's the stories of massive government cover-ups, millions of coins being melted into thin air, and the rare CC mint marks that can turn a pocket change find into a $500,000 payday. If you have one of these in your drawer, don't move. We are about to reveal exactly what makes a Morgan dollar a fortune-making rarity versus just a common relic. Let's unlock the vault. Every legend has a creator, and for this coin, it was George T. Morgan, a young English engraver who came to the US and changed numismatic history forever. But here is the part most people don't know. The beautiful Lady Liberty on the face of the coin wasn't a Greek goddess. She was a real person. Morgan broke tradition by using an American girl, Anna Willis Williams, as his model. At the time, this caused a massive scandal. People were shocked that a common squee teacher was the face of US currency. But look at the detail. The Phrygian cap, the cotton and wheat tucked into her hair. It symbolized a country growing in power. On the reverse, you see the majestic bald eagle clutching an olive branch and arrows. This coin was massive, weighing 26.73 grams, and when it hit the streets in 1878, it felt like real wealth. It was the first silver dollar minted after the crime of 1873, which had stopped silver production. The Morgan dollar was America's way of saying, "We are back, and we are made of silver." Here is a fact that will blow your mind. Over 270 million Morgan silver dollars were destroyed before most people even got to see them. In 1918, during World War I, the US passed the Pittman Act. The British were facing a financial crisis in India, and they needed silver fast. So, the US government backed up the trucks to the Treasury vaults, pulled out nearly half of all Morgan dollars ever minted, and threw them into the melting pots. Think about that. Millions of rare dates and beautiful uncirculated coins vanished forever to be shipped overseas as silver bars. This great melting is exactly why certain years of the Morgan dollar are so incredibly hard to find today. It created an artificial scarcity that drives collectors crazy. When you hold a Morgan today, you are holding one of the survivors. You are holding a piece of metal that escaped the furnace of history. But how do you know if your survivor is the one worth a mortgage payment? It all comes down to a tiny letter hidden on the back. If you want to find the holy grail of Morgans, you need to flip your coin over and look right above the letters D and O in the word dollar. If you see the letters CC, you've just struck gold, or rather, silver. These coins were minted in Carson City, Nevada, right in the heart of the Comstock-Lode's silver strike. The Carson City Mint was a small operation compared to Philadelphia or New Orleans. They produced far fewer coins, making the CC mark the ultimate symbol of the Wild West. For example, an 1889 CC Morgan is the stuff of dreams for collectors. One in high grade can sell for over $600,000. Why? Because only 350,000 were made, and most were lost or melted. Even the common CC years are worth hundreds more than their counterparts. This is where the Dig and Dave advice comes in. Always, always check the mint mark. Whether it's S for San Francisco, O for New Orleans, or the blank space for Philadelphia, that one tiny letter determines if you have a $50 coin or a $50,000 treasure. After 1904, the Morgan dollar died out because the silver supply ran dry. But then came 1921, a year of mystery for this coin. The government realized they had melted too many coins for the Pittman Act and needed to replace them. But there was a problem. The original hubs and dies had been destroyed. George Morgan, now an old man, had to recreate the designs from scratch. If you look closely at a 1921 Morgan, the relief is shallower. It looks a bit flatter than the older ones. This was the grand finale. Over 86 million were minted in 1921 alone, making it the most common Morgan in existence. While they aren't usually worth a fortune, they are the perfect entry point for new collectors. Later that same year, the design was changed to the peace dollar to celebrate the end of World War I. The 1921 Morgan stands as a bridge between the old world of the 1800s and the modern 20th century. Before you run to a coin shop, here's the most important lesson you'll learn on the Dig and Dave. Never clean your coins. I see so many people take a rare 1893 S Morgan and scrub it with polish to make it shiny. Doing that instantly destroys 90% of its value. Collectors want original luster and the natural patina that comes with age. In the world of Morgan dollars, grade is everything. A coin that looks okay might be worth $30, but that exact same year in mint state 65, meaning it looks like it just popped out of the machine, could be worth $30,000. Look for sharp lines in Lady Liberty's hair and feathers on the eagle's breast. If those are crisp, you have a winner. Check your dates, check your mint marks, and keep them protected. These coins are more than just silver. They are a legacy. If you enjoyed this deep dive into history, hit that follow button. Share this video with someone who has an old coin jar and tell me in the comments, what's the oldest coin you've ever found? This is Dave, and we'll keep digging for the truth in the next one. Welcome back to the Dig and Dave. Today, we're stepping into a time machine to 1982, a year that changed the American penny forever. For over a century, the Lincoln cent was a symbol of copper stability, but by the early 80s, an economic storm was brewing. The price of raw copper was skyrocketing on the global market, and for the first time in history, it actually cost the U.S. Mint more than 1 cent to manufacture a single penny. We're talking about a financial disaster where the government was losing money on every coin they struck. To prevent hoarding and illegal melting, the Treasury Department made a drastic mid-year decision. They would abandon the 95% copper composition in favor of a much cheaper zinc core alternative. But here's the kicker. They didn't stop production to do it. They switched metals right in the middle of the minting process, creating a legendary transitional year where two identical-looking coins were made of completely different materials. This wasn't just a manufacturing change. It was a scientific pivot that created some of the rarest modern treasures in numismatic history. Today, we're breaking down the chemistry, the physics, and the secret markers that could turn your pocket change into a 5-figure payday. To understand why these coins are so different, we have to look at the science. Pre-1982 pennies, and some struck during the transition, are made of a solid alloy, 95% copper and 5% zinc. These are dense, durable, and have that deep, classic mint red luster. However, the new 1982 zinc pennies are basically a sandwich coin. They consist of a core that is 99.2% high-grade zinc. with a microscopic thin plating of pure copper on the outside, only about 2.5% of the coin's total weight. This change wasn't just about saving money. It changed the physical properties of the coin itself. Zinc is significantly less dense than copper, which leads us to our first scientific test: weight. A solid copper penny is a heavyweight, tipping the scales at precisely 3.11 grams. The new zinc core pennies? They're significantly lighter, weighing in at only 2.5 grams. If you're hunting for the rare varieties, a digital jeweler's scale is your best friend. Even a difference of half a gram is the literal line between a common cent and a masterpiece. But weight isn't the only thing that changed. The way these metals react to the environment is totally different, leading to the zinc rot bubbles often seen on modern coins, but never on the classic copper strikes. Now, if you don't have a scale handy, physics gives us another way to tell these apart, and it's all about acoustics. Because copper is a denser, more resonant metal, it vibrates at a much higher frequency when struck. This is what collectors call the ping test. If you gently flip a pre-1982 copper penny into the air or drop it onto a hard surface, like a granite countertop, it produces a clear, bell-like ringing sound that lingers for a second or two. It's a musical, high-pitched ting that is unmistakable. Now compare that to the zinc penny. Because zinc is softer and less resonant, the sound it produces is a dull, flat thud. It has almost no vibration, and the sound dies out instantly. Scientists call this internal damping. The zinc core absorbs the energy of the impact rather than vibrating through it. This audio signature is a reliable, low-tech way to sort through thousands of coins quickly. When you're roll hunting, your ears can often find a copper treasure faster than your eyes can. It's the sound of history versus the sound of modern manufacturing. Go ahead, try it right now with a penny from the 70s and one from last year. You'll hear the difference immediately. As if the metal change wasn't confusing enough, the Mint also decided to tweak the design of the dies in 1982, creating two distinct versions, the large date and the small date. This was likely done because the new, softer zinc planchets weren't taking the detail of the old large date dies very well. To identify a large date, look at the number 2. On the large date, the diagonal bar is straight as a board, and the top of the 8 is nearly level with the 1 and 9. But on the small date, which is the one we're really hunting for, the 2 has a distinct, elegant curve in its neck. The numbers also appear more delicate and are spaced further away from the rim of the coin. Because there were 2 mints, Philadelphia and Denver, and 2 metals, and 2 date sizes, we ended up with 7 common varieties. But there's an 8th variety that was never supposed to exist. The 1982 D small date copper. For decades, experts thought it was impossible, but in 2016, a single specimen was discovered. It had the curved 2 of a small date, the D mint mark of Denver, but weighed in at a solid 3.11 grams. That single penny sold for over $18,000 because it was a transitional error that defied the mint's own rules. So how do you find one of these holy grail pennies in 2026? First, you need to be disciplined. Most 1982 pennies you find will be common, but the 1982 D small date copper is the lottery ticket of the coin world. Your checklist is simple. First, look for the D mint mark. If it doesn't have a D, it's from Philadelphia, and while those are cool, they aren't the big winners. Second, check the date style. If that 2 isn't curved, it's a large date. Keep it for its copper value, but it's not the rarity. Third, and most importantly, weigh it. If you find a D mint mark, a small date 2, and that scale reads 3.1 grams, stop everything. You've just found a coin that only a handful of people in history have ever held. Remember, the 1982 transition was a moment where economics met engineering, creating a perfect storm for collectors. Even if you don't find the $18,000 error, keeping pre-1982 copper pennies is a smart move, as their melt value is already nearly triple their face value. Thanks for joining me for this deep dive into the science of the cent. Keep your eyes on the change, your scales calibrated, and as always, keep digging. I'm the Diggin' Dave, and I'll see you on the next hunt.
Stop. Before you dump that pocket change into a coin star or spend it on a soda, look closer. You could be holding a coin worth hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Most people see junk, but I see a jackpot. I'm Dave, and today we're hunting for the errors hiding in your wallet right now. Let's get digging. First up, grab your 1992 pennies. Flip them over to the back. Look at the word America. On a normal 1992 penny, the A and M have a clear gap. But if those letters are touching, that's the close AM error. This happened because a proof die was used by mistake. In decent shape, this common penny can fetch anywhere from $500 to $2,000. Check those dates. Next, check your 2005 Kansas State quarters. Does it say, "In God We Trust," or does it say, "In God We Rust"? This is a grease strike error, or dunk filled the letter T on the die. It's one of the most famous modern errors out there. While it won't buy you a house, they consistently sell for $50 to $100 on eBay. Not bad for 25 cents. And don't ignore the dimes. Look for the 1982 No P Roosevelt dime. If your 1982 dime is missing the mint mark above the date, you're looking at a $300 coin. Also, keep an eye out for missing clad layers. If your dime or quarter looks like it's made of solid copper on one side, don't throw it away. That's a mint error worth roughly $50 to $100 to the right collector. The moral of the story: never spend your change until you've checked the date and the details. You guys find anything weird lately? Drop a comment below and let me know what you're seeing in the wild. Make sure to follow and subscribe to the Diggin' Dave for more treasure hunting. Yo, what is up, everybody? This is the Diggin' Dave coming at you with something that is absolutely going to melt your brain today. We are out here in the field, just doing some routine hunting, when I pulled something out of a fresh 2026 mint roll that I honestly thought was a prank at first. You guys know I've seen some wild errors in my time, from off-centers to clipped planchets, but this one is on a whole different level. We are talking about a legitimate, first-look discovery of the 2026 double-date glitch. This isn't just a minor smudge or a grease strike. This is a clear-as-day mechanical error that somehow slipped past the mint's quality control. I can't believe I'm holding this in my hand right now. Stay tuned, because this find might just be the biggest error discovery of the year. Now, for those of you following the hobby closely this year, you know the 2026 series was supposed to be the pinnacle of minting technology. The US Mint put out these gorgeous new designs to celebrate the semi-quincentennial vibes we've been riding, and the precision was supposed to be unmatched. But as any seasoned hunter in the USA knows, the higher the production volume, the higher the chance for something to go wrong. Collectors from New York to California have been scouring these rolls for weeks, looking for anything unusual, but nobody, and I mean nobody, has posted a confirmed double date yet. That is, until today. This coin represents a massive breakdown in the die striking process, and seeing it in 2026 feels like finding a needle in a haystack made of solid gold in the US. Alright, let's get the macro lens out and really dive into the details of this beauty. Look right there at the bottom right quadrant of the obverse. Do you see that? The 2026 isn't just thickened, it is completely doubled. It looks like the die shifted significantly between strikes, creating a secondary 2026 offset by about 0.5 millimeter to the left. It gives the date this incredible 3D holographic effect that catches the light whenever you tilt the coin. For my fellow error nerds out there, notice the split serifs on the numbers. That's the telltale sign of a true doubled die, not just machine doubling or shelf doubling. This is a crisp, clear error that occurred during the hubbing process. It is the kind of mistake that makes a coin an instant legend in the community. In the US market, error coins like this are basically like winning the lottery. We've seen the 1955 doubled die cent and the 1972 errors reach iconic status, and this 2026 glitch is already drawing comparisons to those heavy hitters. The American collecting community thrives on the hunt for the impossible coin. Whether you're a professional dealer in Chicago or a hobbyist in a small town in Texas, this is the kind of find that fuels the passion. It's about the story of a flawed piece of history surviving the mint and ending up in a regular person's pocket. In a digital world, having a physical piece of glitched history is incredibly valuable. This isn't just a coin anymore. It's a verified rarity that represents a unique moment in American manufacturing. Everyone wants it, now. Let's talk shop for a second. How does a double-date glitch like this even happen with modern computerized presses? Usually, it's a misalignment during the creation of the working die. If the hub and the die are perfectly aligned during one of the impressions, you get this doubling. What makes the 2026 error so special is the severity. Often, you need a 10x jeweler's loupe just to see a faint line, but this one is visible to the naked eye from a foot away. That level of prominent doubling is what separates a $50 coin from a multi-thousand-dollar rarity. I've checked the mint marks and the luster, and everything points to this being a genuine strike error. It's a fascinating look at how even the most advanced systems can still produce a masterpiece of a massive mistake. Now, let's talk money. In the past, the 1955 doubled die set the standard, with high-grade examples hitting record prices over $114,000. Even the 1972 doubled die can fetch $14,400 at major auctions. For this 2026 glitch, being a first-of-its-kind discovery, the market is already buzzing. Experts suggest a certified MS-67 specimen could easily hit a value between $5,000 and $15,000 at a heritage auction today. If the population stays low, that number will only climb as the year goes on. We are seeing a massive explosion in error coin demand across the USA, with modern rarities often outperforming traditional stocks. Holding this coin is like holding a winning ticket from the US Mint itself. It is a legitimate high-value asset that any serious collector would kill to own. I want you guys to get out there and find your own. If you want to catch a 2026 glitch, you need to be systematic. Start by hitting up your local banks across the country, whether you're in Philly, Denver, or anywhere in between, and ask for uncirculated rolls. You want the ones that haven't been picked through by other hunters yet. Bring a good light source and at least a 5x magnifier. Focus specifically on the date and the mint mark, as that's where the mechanical shifts are most obvious. Don't get discouraged if you go through 10 boxes and find nothing. That's why it's called hunting. The 2026 double date is out there, and someone watching this video right now might be the next person to strike it rich. Keep your eyes peeled and your glass ready. This find has been absolutely legendary, and I'm so glad I could share this first look with all of you. If you think this 2026 double date glitch is as insane as I do, make sure you smash that like button and share this video with your fellow hunters. I want to hear from you in the comments. Have you found anything weird in your 2026 change yet? Do you think this error will become the most famous coin of the decade? We've got more rolls to crack and more sites to dig, so stay tuned for the next adventure. Thanks for watching. Like and follow for more videos. Welcome back to the Diggin' Dave, where we uncover the hidden treasures buried right in your pocket change. Have you ever squinted at a penny or a quarter, wondering if that tiny blob under the date is actually a mint mark? Today, we are diving deep into the fascinating world of the weak D mystery. For collectors in the USA, identifying these faded Denver mint marks isn't just a fun hobby. It can be the difference between a common coin and a high-value rarity. A weak mint mark occurs when the letter is faint, blurry, or nearly invisible due to specific errors during the production process at the Denver Mint. While most people spend these coins without a second thought, a keen eye can spot a weak D that might be worth hundreds. Let's start by looking at why these marks fade. To solve this mystery, we first need to understand why a mint mark would be weak to begin with. In the world of numismatics, there are three main culprits behind a faded letter D. The first is a filled die error. During high-speed production, machines are lubricated with heavy grease. If this grease mixes with metal shavings and dust, it can fill in the tiny cavity of the D on the coin die. When the die strikes a blank coin, the grease prevents the metal from flowing into the letter, resulting in a faint or missing mark. The second cause is die deterioration. As a steel die strikes hundreds of thousands of coins, the fine details naturally wear down, making the mint mark look mushy. Finally, there is over-polishing, which can accidentally erase the shallow mint mark. One of the most famous examples of this mystery is the 1922 Lincoln wheat cent. This is a must-know for every American coin hunter because the Philadelphia Mint didn't actually produce pennies that year. Every single 1922 penny was supposed to have a D for Denver. However, because the dies were heavily worn and over-polished, many coins came out with a weak D or even no D at all. These are legendary among USA collectors. In the 1980s, a weak D might have only cost you $20, but today, that same coin in a decent grade can fetch $80 to $100. If you find a no D version with a strong reverse, you are looking at a prize that has jumped for around $500 in the early 2000s to over $1,500 today. But wait, how do you tell the difference between a weak D mint error and a coin that's just been beat up in circulation? This is where many beginners get tripped up. Post-mint damage happens after the coin leaves the facility. If a coin has been rattling around in pockets and registers for 40 years, the mint mark will naturally flatten. To identify a true weak D error, look at the surrounding details. On an error coin, the D will look faint even if the date and Lincoln's coat are relatively sharp. If the entire coin is worn smooth and the D is also flat, it's likely just common wear. Expert collectors use a 10x loop to check the fields or flat areas around the mark. If the metal looks original, but the D is mushy, you've likely found a genuine strike error. The mystery doesn't stop with pennies. You can find weak D marks on Washington quarters and Jefferson nickels too. For example, some 1980s Denver quarters are notorious for filled die errors, where the D looks like a solid blob or a faint pimple on the metal. While these modern errors aren't always as valuable as the 1922 penny, they are excellent gateway finds for new hunters. In the USA coin market, struck-through grease errors are a popular niche. Prices for these have remained affordable, often selling for $5 to $15 today, which is a slight increase from their face value status years ago. A weak D on a shiny, new-looking coin is much more desirable to collectors than one found on a dirty coin, as it confirms the weakness happened at the mint. When you're out cherry-picking at estate sales or searching through bankrolls, lighting is your best friend. A weak D can be incredibly elusive under standard room lights. Professional USA coin hunters recommend using a single bright incandescent or LED light source held at an angle. This creates shadows that can make a faint mint mark pop against the surface of the coin. If you think you see a ghost of a letter, tilt the coin slowly. Sometimes the weak D only becomes visible when the light hits it at a 45-degree angle. This is especially true for the D over D or RPM varieties, where a weak second strike might be hidden just beneath a faded primary mark. Taking the time to inspect your change under proper lighting can reveal treasures you might miss. If you believe you've found a significant weak D rarity, the next step is authentication. For high-value coins like the 1922 heir, USA collectors trust third-party grading services like PCGS or NGC. These experts use high-powered microscopy to confirm the coin was struck with a grease-filled or over-polished die. They can distinguish a genuine mint error from a deminted coin where someone has fraudulently filed off the letter. Be wary of fakes on auction sites. If a 1922 penny looks too good to be true and the mint mark area looks scratched or altered, stay away. Genuine weak D coins have specific die markers, like tiny cracks or specific patterns of wear on the reverse, that prove their origin. Learning these markers is the hallmark of a true professional. Spotting a weak D is like finding a secret message from the minting press. It tells a story of a busy day in Denver over a century ago when the machines were tired and the grease was thick. Whether it's a legendary 1922 wheat cent or a modern quarter with a filled-in mark, these coins connect us to the industrial history of the United States. So the next time you get change back at the grocery store, don't just shove it in your pocket. Take a second to look under the date. That faint, faded letter might just be the weak D mystery you've been waiting to solve. Identifying these errors takes patience and a sharp eye, but the reward of finding a hidden gem is worth every second of the hunt. Thanks for joining me on this journey, and like and follow for more video.
Hey everyone, Dave here. Today I'm going to show you how a simple penny sitting in your pocket right now could actually be a $10,000 investment. In 1982, the US Mint made a massive change that most people completely missed. They switched from heavy copper to cheap zinc, but during that transition, a few mistakes were made that are now worth a fortune. If you have a jar of old coins, you might be holding a winning lottery ticket without even knowing it. Professional collectors are scouring the country for this one specific coin to sell at auction. In this video, I'm giving you the exact blueprint to find it. Stick around, because the difference between 1 cent and $10,000 is just a few grams. Now, to understand why this happened, we have to look at what the mint did back in '82. So what happened in 1982? Well, the price of copper was skyrocketing, so the mint decided to get cheap. They started making pennies out of zinc with just a thin copper coating. To the naked eye, a zinc penny and a bronze penny look identical, but for an investor, the difference is huge. The rare bronze version is like finding a piece of silver in a pile of rocks. This isn't just a hobby, it's a high-value asset search. Most people spend these every day at the grocery store, but today, you're going to learn why that's a huge mistake. We're looking for the small date transition error, and before we even touch a scale, you've got to master the visual test. Check this out. Before we get to the scale, we have to look at the date. This is where it gets tricky. There are two types, the large date and the small date. On the rare small date, the number 8 looks more balanced, and the 2 has a beautiful, delicate curve at the bottom. It's a tiny detail, but in the auction world, it's everything. If you find a small date, your heart should start racing. But wait, don't celebrate just yet. Only the ones made of bronze are worth the big bucks. Most 1982 small dates are zinc. Finding the bronze one is the real challenge. It's like a high-stakes puzzle, and we're about to solve the most important piece. Are you ready? Let's put it on the scale and see the magic number. All right, it's time for the moment of truth, the weight test. This is the only way to prove your coin is a true investment-grade piece. You need a small digital scale that measures in grams. When you drop that 1982 penny on the scale, you're looking for one specific number. If it says 2.5 grams, it's just a common zinc coin. But if that screen hits 3.1 grams, you just found it. That extra weight means it's solid bronze. That's the gold standard for this error. A 3.1 gram small date penny is the holy grail for collectors. It's the difference between pocket change and a down payment on a house. But hey, what if you don't have a scale? Don't worry, I've got a trick for you. Don't have a scale yet? No problem. There's an old school trick called the ring test. If you drop a bronze penny on a hard table, it sings. It has a high-pitched, beautiful ring, almost like silver. A zinc penny, on the other hand, just makes a dull thud. Try it right now with a few coins. Can you hear the difference? That ring is the sound of quality copper. Professional collectors can often spot a fake just by the sound it makes hitting a counter. Science never lies when it comes to your money. Now let's say you found the winner. How do you keep it from losing its value? Now let's talk about the grade. Even if you find the 3.1 gram rarity, the condition is what drives the price to $10,000. If the coin is shiny, with no scratches and a perfect silver luster, it could reach the highest levels of the grading scale. This is why you should never clean your coins. Cleaning them actually destroys their value. Collectors want natural patina, not a scrubbed surface. Handle your find by the edges, put it in a protective flip, and keep it safe. A high-grade coin is an investment that only grows in value over time. Because when it hits the market, the results are legendary. You might be wondering, Dave, who actually pays 10 grand for a penny? The answer is serious investors. At major auctions like Heritage or Stack's Bowers, these coins cause a bidding war. Why? Because they are incredibly rare mint errors. There are only a handful of 1982D small-date bronze pennies known to exist. When one hits the block, it's national news in the coin world. These buyers aren't just buying a penny. They are buying a piece of American history. They view it as a stable asset, something they can hold on to while inflation rises. That's why the demand is so high, and you need to know where to find them. So where do you look? You don't have to be a millionaire to start. Go to your local bank and ask for a box of pennies. It's only $25 and you get 2,500 chances to find a winner. I found amazing things in bankrolls. Another secret spot? Estate sales and old jars at your grandparents' house. Many people from the older generation saved their copper coins because they knew the value was there. Searching through these is like a real-life treasure hunt. But before you get too excited, you have to be careful about the traps. With big money comes big risks. Because these pennies are so valuable, people try to make fakes. They take a zinc penny and plate it in copper to try and trick collectors. But here's the secret. You can't fake the physics. A plated penny will still weigh 2.5 grams. The weight test is your best defense against fraud. Also, be wary of altered dates. This is why I always recommend getting your coins certified by PCGS or NGC. They use lasers and X-rays to ensure your investment is 100% authentic. Play it smart, protect your find, and get ready for the final step. All right, it's time to get to work. Your mission today is to check every 1982 penny you can find. Get yourself a cheap digital scale and start weighing. If you find a 3.1 gram small date, you need to let me know in the comments immediately. Have you ever found a rare coin in your change? Tell me your story below. Make sure to share this video with your friends so they don't accidentally spend a fortune. Follow the Diggin' Dave for more tips on finding hidden wealth in everyday places. Who knows? The next big auction record could be yours. Happy hunting, and I'll see you on the next one.
The Diggin' Dave welcomes you back to another deep dive into the hidden treasures of American history. Today, we are talking about a heavy hitter from the post-war era that could be sitting in your grandfather's old coin jar right now. Imagine holding a piece of 1950s Americana that isn't just worth its weight in silver, but thousands of USA dollars more because of a tiny mistake made at the United States Mint over 70 years ago. The 1950 Franklin half-dollar is a legendary coin among collectors, featuring the iconic profile of founding father Benjamin Franklin. But there is one specific minting error that turns this 50-cent piece into a total gold mine for anyone lucky enough to spot it. Most people spend these or sell them for their silver melt value without ever looking closer at the details that define a true rarity. Today we are going to pull back the curtain on the quadruple die and the Bugs Bunny errors that have sent the numismatic world into a frenzy, ensuring you never overlook a small fortune again. It is time to look at your silver in a completely different light. In 1948, the United States Mint introduced the Franklin half-dollar, and by 1950, it was a staple of American commerce, representing a country moving into a decade of unprecedented economic growth and cultural change. This series was a significant departure from tradition because it was the first time a non-presidential figure was featured on a regular issue circulating coin, replacing the walking Liberty design that had reigned for over 30 years. Struck in 90% fine silver, these coins were hefty symbols of wealth. But 1950 was a special year because it marked the resumption of proof coin production after a long 7-year hiatus caused by the Second World War. The Philadelphia Mint was trying to keep up with the massive demand from collectors who were eager for these high-quality strikes, and in the rush to produce enough dies, some catastrophic and beautiful errors occurred. Understanding this history is vital for any collector, because the low mintage of 1950 proofs, totaling just over 51,000, makes every single error found from this specific year an extremely rare relic of minting history. When we talk about the most valuable errors for 1950, the conversation must begin with the legendary quadruple die obverse, officially recognized by experts as the FS101 variety. This is not a simple double strike that you might find on common coins. This is a spectacular manufacturing error where the hub was misaligned 4 separate times during the creation of the die itself. If you are examining a 1950 proof, you need a high-powered loupe to inspect the words "In God We Trust" and "Liberty" on the front. On a true quadruple die, you will see a distinct thickening of the letters and clear overlapping lines that make the text look as if it is vibrating or layered. Because the original mintage was already incredibly low, the number of coins struck with this specific quadruple die is minuscule, making it one of the holy grail items for Franklin half-dollar enthusiasts. Finding one of these today is like winning the lottery, as the rarity and the historical significance of the quadruple hubbing process have driven prices to levels that most casual collectors can only dream of ever achieving. Perhaps the most famous nickname in the entire series is the Bugs Bunny error, which results from a dramatic technical failure known as a die clash. This happens when the obverse and reverse dies slam into each other with full force, while no coin blank is sitting in the chamber to absorb the impact. When this occurs, parts of the design from one side are accidentally transferred to the other side, and in the case of the 1950 Franklin, a portion of the eagle's wing from the back gets stamped onto Franklin's mouth. This creates a vertical spike, or a protruding tooth on his upper lip, making the dignified founding father look like the iconic cartoon rabbit. While some modern collectors also refer to this as the booger variety, depending on the exact shape of the clash, the Bugs Bunny remains the most popular term in the United States. While these are more common than the quadruple dies, they still command a significant premium, especially if the coin is in mint state condition with original luster, as collectors love the whimsical nature of such a recognizable and funny-looking minting mistake that happened by total accident. Searching for 1950 Franklin errors is uniquely challenging because of how the mint originally packaged these coins for the public over 7 decades ago. Instead of the hard plastic cases used today, the 1950 proof sets were shipped in individual cellophane sleeves that were often stapled together and wrapped in simple tissue paper. Over time, the chemicals in that early cellophane and the metal from the staples would react with the 90% silver, causing many coins to develop fogging, oily spots, or dark, unattractive toning. This environmental damage has ruined the surfaces of thousands of coins, which makes finding a clean error specimen even more difficult and rewarding. Collectors specifically look for the cameo designation, where the devices appear frosted and the fields look like black mirrors. If you happen to find a 1950 quadruple die that has also achieved a deep cameo status, you are essentially looking at a museum-quality piece that is virtually guaranteed to increase in value. Proper storage in modern, acid-free holders is the only way to ensure these silver treasures survive for future generations. While the Philadelphia proofs get most of the headlines, you should never ignore the business strikes coming out of the Denver Mint, which are identified by the small d located just above the Liberty Bell's wooden yoke. In 1950, Denver produced roughly 8 million halves, and among them is a very popular error known as the repunched mint mark, or RPM. The most famous for this year is the FS501 variety, where you can see a clear second D peeking out from underneath the main strike, usually toward the south or southeast. These Denver errors are fantastic for cherry picking because many sellers at flea markets or small coin shops don't realize they have a variety and will sell them for the standard silver price. To find them, you need to look at the mint mark with at least 10 times magnification and check for secondary lines or a shadow effect within the letter. While they don't reach the 60,000 USA dollar price tags of the rare proofs, a high-grade 1950D with a clear RPM and full bell lines is a highly liquid asset that any serious US dealer would be thrilled to add to their inventory for a significant premium above the melt value. The market for rare Franklin errors has exploded in recent years, with wealthy investors looking for tangible assets that have a proven history of scarcity. For the 1950 issue, the prices can be truly life-changing if the grade is high enough. We have seen auction records where a 1950 proof coin in PR67 condition featuring incredible eye appeal sold for more than $66,000. Even without the most extreme errors, a 1950 Franklin with full bell lines, meaning the horizontal lines at the bottom of the Liberty Bell are completely distinct and unbroken, can sell for several thousand USA dollars in the right grade. For the Bugs Bunny variety, prices usually range from $50 to over $500, depending on the sharpness of the clash and the lack of scratches on the surface. These numbers prove that coin collecting is not just a hobby, it's a serious financial pursuit, where the difference between a common coin and a rare error is literally thousands of %. Always check your coins before you sell them, because the value is often hidden in the smallest details that most people simply ignore while they are searching for their next big score. The best way to start your search for these 1950 rarities is to visit local coin shops, browse through estate sales, or even look through the silver halves at your local bank if they still have old stock. Always keep a loupe or a high-quality magnifying glass handy, because the difference between a standard coin worth 12 USA dollars and a quadruple die error worth 5,000 USA dollars is often invisible to the naked eye. Pay close attention to the sharpness of the Liberty Bell on the back. If the horizontal lines at the bottom are completely solid and unbroken, you have a full bell lines coin, which is a massive bonus on top of any error you might find. This era of American coinage is full of secrets waiting to be rediscovered, and with the price of silver on the rise, there has never been a better time to audit your collection. If you enjoy uncovering these hidden gems and learning about the mistakes that made history, make sure to show some support and stay tuned for our next hunt into the world of numismatics. You never know what is hiding in your change. Like and follow for more videos. Welcome back to the Diggin' Dave, where we reveal the hidden fortunes hiding in your pocket change. Have you ever looked at a 1988 penny and noticed something missing? No, I'm not talking about the date, but that tiny letter right below it, the mint mark. While most people think a missing mint mark is a mistake, it actually tells a specific story about where the coin was born. But today, we aren't just talking about where it was made. We're talking about why certain 1988 pennies without that mark are selling for hundreds and sometimes thousands of dollars at auctions. Imagine finding a coin while waiting in line at the grocery store that could pay for your next vacation. It sounds like a myth, but in the world of U.S. numismatics, the 1988 Philadelphia cent is a legend in its own right. Most of the billions struck that year are worth exactly 1 cent, but a few rare survivors carry secret errors that only the most dedicated collectors know how to spot. We're going to break down exactly what you need to look for, from the designer initials to the shape of Lincoln's ear. If you have a jar of old pennies at home, now is the time to dump it out. Let's dive into the mystery of the 1988 penny with no mint mark. When you find a 1988 penny with no mint mark, the first thing you need to understand is that this isn't technically a missing mark. In the United States, the Philadelphia Mint historically did not use a P mint mark on the 1 cent piece. In 1988, over 6 billion of these copper-plated zinc coins were produced. Because the mintage was so massive, many assume they are all worthless. However, history shows a different story for collectors. Back in 2010, standard high-grade 1988 penny might have only fetched $10 to $20 at a local coin show. But as collectors became obsessed with registry sets, the demand for perfect specimens skyrocketed. Today, while a circulated one is still worth just 1 cent, a pristine MS-68 grade can easily sell for $300 to $500. The sheer volume of production means that rare varieties were bound to happen, but very few survived in mint state without scratches or oxidation. To find the valuable ones, you have to look beyond the surface and realize that the absence of a mint mark is just the beginning. It is the starting point for some of the most famous modern errors ever recorded by the U.S. Mint, and we are about to see just how much they can bank you today. Let us talk about the holy grail of 1988 pennies, the RDV-006 transitional variety. This happened when the Mint accidentally used the 1989 design for the reverse side a year early. You can spot this by looking at the designer initials FG. On a rare 1988 penny, the G has a distinct vertical serif or flared tail. In the past, around 2014, you could find these at coin shows for maybe $15 or $25. But today, the market has exploded. Recent 2025 auction data shows that an uncirculated 1988 flared G variety in MS-65 grade can bring in $200 to $400. If you manage to find one in MS-66 or higher, collectors are willing to pay upwards of $800 to $1,000. This is a classic example of a transitional error, a coin with the front of 1 year and the back of the next. Because this mistake only happened at the very end of 1988, the population is extremely low. It is one of the most sought-after modern varieties in the USA. If you see that flared G on a 1988 penny with no mint mark, you aren't holding a penny anymore. You are holding a triple-digit paycheck. It is a hunt that requires a magnifying glass and a lot of patience, but the rewards are real for those who know the secret. If the back of the coin looks normal, flip it over and look at Lincoln's ear. The 1988 doubled die obverse, specifically the doubled ear, is a legendary error. It looks like Lincoln has a second earlobe sitting right below his main one. 10 years ago, you could pick up a decent doubled ear penny for about $20 to $40. Today, the price has nearly tripled for high-quality examples. In current 2025 listings, even raw, ungraded doubled ear pennies are selling for $75 to $125 on sites like eBay. If the coin is professionally graded as MS66 red, we are looking at a value between $300 and $600. In fact, some exceptional specimens have hit the $1,000 mark at major auctions like heritage auctions. This doubling occurred during the hubbing process at the Philadelphia Mint, and because it is a naked-eye error, it is a favorite among American collectors. It is a perfect example of why you should never spend a 1988 penny without checking Lincoln's profile first. That tiny extra bit of copper on his ear could be the difference between a 1-cent coin and a $500 treasure hiding in your change jar right now. Always check the ear carefully. In the world of U.S. pennies, color is everything. Graders classify them as brown, red-brown, or red. A red penny is one that still has its original mint luster, that bright orange copper glow. Because 1988 pennies have a zinc core, they rot easily, making red survivors very rare. Past trends show that in 2015, an MS68 red 1988 penny was a $150 coin. Today, due to the difficulty of finding coins without zinc rot or spots, that same MS68 red specimen can fetch $400 to $600. The market for condition rarities has grown significantly in the last few years as more people compete for the top-ranked collections. If you find a 1988 Philadelphia penny that looks brand new, do not touch it with your fingers. The oils from your skin can turn it brown and tank the value from $500 down to $5 in just a few months. Collectors in the USA are obsessed with eye appeal, and a flawless, fiery red 1988 penny is a rare beauty that commands a serious premium. It is not just about the date. It is about how well that coin was protected over the last 38 years. A perfect red penny is like a time capsule that collectors are desperate to own today and will pay for with no hesitation. To find these $500 treasures, you need to search like a professional. Most beginners just look at the date, but the money is in the details. You will need a 10x jeweler's loupe, which you can find for about $10 to $15 online. This is essential for seeing the FG initials and the doubled ear clearly. Also, never clean your coins. In the past, people thought cleaning made coins more valuable, but it actually does the opposite. A cleaned coin will be rejected by grading services like PCGS or NGC, and its value will drop to almost zero. In today's market, originality is what buyers pay for. When you are coin roll hunting, which is very popular in the USA, look for 1988 pennies that have a different look to the reverse. Use a bright light and tilt the coin to see if the FG has that serif. If you find something promising, put it in a protective 2x2 cardboard flip immediately. Many collectors have found these errors in bankrolls that cost only 50 cents, only to sell them later for $100 or more. It takes a sharp eye and the right tools, but once you know what a flared G looks like, you will never see a 1988 penny the same way again. Let us look at the actual auction records to see the growth. In December 2021, a 1988 penny graded MS69 red, nearly perfect, sold for a staggering $7,040 on eBay. Before that, prices for MS69s were hovering around $5,000 to $6,000. This shows that the top of the market is still rising. For more common finds like the RDV006 reverse of 89 variety, we saw sales in late 2024 ranging from $150 for MS64 grades to over $500 for MS66 grades. Even circulated versions of these errors that were worth $5 a few years ago are now consistently hitting $20 to $30. The demand for modern US errors has never been higher, especially as younger collectors enter the hobby. Whether you sell through a major auction house like Heritage or directly to collectors on social media, the key is knowing the grade. A jump from MS67 to MS68 can literally double your money. The US market for Lincoln cents is incredibly stable and liquid, meaning if you find one of these rare 1988 Philadelphia issues, you won't have any trouble finding a buyer willing to pay top dollar. It is all about staying updated with the latest sales and knowing exactly what you have. As we wrap up our deep dive into the 1988 penny with no mint mark, remember that every coin tells a story. What looks like a boring piece of copper in your cup holder could actually be a rare transitional error or a high-grade masterpiece worth hundreds of dollars. The 1988 Philadelphia issue is the perfect example of why numismatics is so exciting. It is a treasure hunt that anyone can participate in, regardless of their budget. You don't need to be a millionaire to find a valuable coin. You just need to have the knowledge and the patience to look closer than everyone else. So the next time you get change back at the store, take a second to check the date and the reverse. Look for that flared G and check Lincoln's ear for doubling. You might just find a piece of American history that changes your financial day. We love bringing you these tips to help you find the gold in your pocket change. There are so many more years and denominations to explore, and we are going to cover them all right here. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the world of rare US coinage. Make sure to stay tuned for our next find. Like and follow for more videos. Stop spending your change before you check the orientation, because the Diggin' Dave is here to show you a hidden fortune. We are hunting for the rotated die error, a rare mint mistake that turns common cents and quarters into high-value collector prizes. Have you ever flipped a coin over vertically, only to find the back design is sideways or even totally upside down? If so, you are holding a treasure that most people spend at the grocery store without a second thought. In this video, I will show you exactly how to identify these errors, why the United States Mint makes this specific mistake, and which degrees of rotation are the ones currently fetching the highest prices from American collectors. Stay tuned to see if your pocket change is actually worth thousands. To spot a rotated die, you must first understand how standard American coins are supposed to look. The United States Mint uses what is officially called coin alignment. This means that the obverse, or the head side, and the reverse, or the tail side, are struck exactly 180 degrees opposite of one another. If you hold a normal US quarter upright and flip it over from top to bottom, the image on the back should appear perfectly right side up. This is very different from medallic alignment, common in other countries, where both sides point in the same direction. Knowing this basic standard is the first step to identifying a true error in your collection. Checking your coins today could reveal a hidden gem that others missed. It is all about the flip when you check your change. So, how does the US Mint actually end up striking a coin incorrectly? A rotated die error occurs when one of the steel dies becomes misaligned during the minting process. There are two main ways this happens. First, a die might be installed incorrectly by a worker, often because the flat on the die's shank was ground at the wrong angle. This creates a stable error where every coin struck has the same rotation. The second way is when a die works itself loose during a high-speed production run and begins to spin on its axis. This creates dynamic errors where the degree of rotation changes from one coin to the next. These failures are rare because modern quality control usually catches them quickly. It is a rare mechanical failure that means big money for you today. When you find a coin that looks off, the next step is measuring the specific degree of rotation. To do this accurately, you should place the coin in a clear 2x2 coin flip or use a specialized tool called a rotaflip. Align the obverse perfectly upright at the 12 o'clock position. Then, look at the reverse to see where the design points. Rotation is measured in degrees, ranging from 0 to 180. A 90-degree rotation means the reverse design is pointing exactly to the left or right. A 180-degree rotation is the rarest of all. It means the reverse is perfectly aligned with the obverse. Most professional grading services, like PCGS or NGC, only recognize a rotation as an official error if it exceeds 15 degrees. Accuracy is vital for your final market valuation. It is important to manage your expectations when hunting for these errors. The US Mint allows for a small tolerance of about 8 degrees. This means slight rotations are extremely common and generally carry no extra value. Coins with a rotation between 15 and and 45 degrees are interesting, but often only fetch a small premium of $5 to $20. The real excitement begins when the rotation exceeds 90 degrees. These major errors are much harder to find in circulation because they are obvious to inspectors. If you find a modern Lincoln cent or a Washington quarter with a 150-degree or 180-degree rotation, you are looking at a serious item. The more extreme the angle, the higher the potential price. Collectors want the biggest errors, so aim for the wide angles every time. While rotated dies can happen on any denomination, certain years and types are famous for this error. In the 19th century, many large cents were struck with significant rotations because the equipment was less precise. For modern hunters, the 1994 Lincoln cent is a very well-known candidate for this error, with many examples showing a 165-degree rotation. Other notable finds include certain 1980s Jefferson nickels, and even some Washington quarters from the 1970s. State quarters are also a popular series to check, as the high volume of production led to several documented cases of rotated dies. Always keep an eye out for mule errors, where rotation is combined with another mistake for max value. These combinations are the holy grail for most error hunters in the US. Pricing for these errors has grown significantly. In the past, a common 90-degree rotated cent might sell for just $10 or $20. Today, the market has shifted. A 90-degree rotation on a modern penny can easily fetch $50 to $100 on eBay. For extreme 180-degree rotations, prices have soared. A 1940s Lincoln cent with 180-degree rotation recently listed for nearly $25,000 in high grade, while older Buffalo nickels with major rotation sell for $500 to $600. Even common 1960s coins with 150-degree rotation that used to be $30 now realize $250 or more in auction. The value depends on the degree of rotation, the rarity of the date, and the overall condition. Professional grading is the key to unlocking these modern prices and ensuring you get paid what the coin is actually worth to a buyer. Now that you know what to look for, it is time to start checking your own change jars and bankrolls. Whenever you get coins back from a transaction, take a quick second to flip them vertically. It only takes a moment, but it could be the most profitable moment of your day. Most people are looking for silver or rare dates, so they completely overlook these structural mint errors. This gives you a massive advantage as a specialized hunter. If you do find one, handle it by the edges to preserve its condition and keep it in a protective holder. The more you look, the better your eyes will become at spotting these subtle but valuable mistakes. Happy hunting, and I hope you find something amazing. Thanks for watching. Please like and follow for more videos. Silver has hit a massive milestone at $85 an ounce. But do you know what that actually means for the coins sitting in your jars or safes? Today, we're moving past the hype and doing the real math. I'm going to show you exactly how to calculate the value of your silver collection so you don't get ripped off at the coin shop. First, the basics. If you have US dimes, quarters, or half dollars dated 1964 or earlier, they are 90% silver. At $85 an ounce, these aren't just change anymore. They are bullion. Here is the quick formula. Every $1 face value of 90% silver coins contains roughly 0.715 troy ounces of pure silver. At an $85 spot price, that means every 4 quarters in your hand is worth over $60 in raw silver. Don't forget the big boys. A Morgan or Peace dollar contains 0.77 ounces of silver. At $85 silver, the metal alone is worth $65.45. And watch out for the hidden silver, the 1965 to 1970 Kennedy half dollars. These are 40% silver. They contain 0.1479 ounces of silver, making them worth about $12.50 each at today's prices. Most people spend these as 50 cents. Don't be one of them. Before you sell for melt price, check the dates. If you have a key date, like a 1916D Mercury dime or a 1932D Washington quarter, the collector value is far higher than $85 an ounce. High-grade coins should be appraised, not melted. Always check for mint marks. The market is moving fast. Check your dates, do your math, and protect your wealth. Have you checked your collection lately? Let me know in the comments what your oldest silver find is. I'm the Diggin' Dave. Follow for more real coin history and market updates. Silver alert. If you've tried to buy an American Silver Eagle this week, you might have noticed something strange. The U.S. Mint hasn't closed its doors forever, but they have officially paused orders for authorized purchasers. Today, we're looking at the data behind the 2026 silver squeeze. Why does this happen? The Mint is legally required to strike Silver Eagles, but they don't make their own silver blanks or planchets. They buy them from private vendors. When industrial demand for silver in tech and solar spikes, the Mint gets outbid. No blanks means no coins. It's a supply chain bottleneck that turns your physical silver into a rare commodity. Watch what happens next. When the Mint stocks, the spot price on Wall Street might stay low, but the premium at your local coin shop explodes. You are paying for just the silver. You're paying for the scarcity created by the pause. We are currently seeing premiums jump from $4 to $12 over spot in a matter of days. As an educator in this space, my advice is simple. Don't chase the FOMO. If Silver Eagles are too expensive, look at Constitutional Silver, your pre-1965 quarters and dimes. They have the same 90% silver content, but often carry much lower premiums during these Mint pauses. Stack for ounces, not for fancy labels. The Mint will eventually resume, but the question is, what will the price be then? Have you seen sold-out signs at your local shop? Drop the prices you're seeing in the comments so we can track the market together. I'm the Diggin' Dave. Hit follow for the next data drop. Hey everyone, Dave here from the Diggin' Dave. Look at the charts today. Silver just hit a massive milestone, touching $95 an ounce. If you've been stacking silver or inherited a collection, the game has officially changed. We aren't just looking at pocket change anymore. We are looking at a literal gold mine sitting in your safes and jars. In this video, I'm breaking down why this spike is happening right now in January 2026 and exactly what your coins are worth in this red-hot market. You don't want to sell a single gram until you see this. Why the $95 explosion? It's a perfect storm. Industrial demand is at an all-time high because of the massive expansion in AI infrastructure and green energy tech. Silver is the most conductive metal on Earth, and the world is running short. We are seeing a global supply deficit for the 5th year in a row. For collectors, this means your 90% silver junk coins, those pre-1964 quarters and dimes, now have a melt value that is mind-blowing. We are talking about a 40x to 50x return on face value just for the raw metal content alone.
Here is the part most people miss. When silver hits $95, the melt value often starts to overtake the collector value for common coins.
If you have common date Morgan dollars or peace dollars, they are now trading primarily on their weight. It's a fascinating shift. The raw silver is becoming so precious that the history of the coin is almost a bonus. However, don't get reckless. High-grade slabbed MS65 Plus coins still carry a numismatic premium that you need to protect. Know the difference before you walk into a pawn shop or a local coin dealer. My strategy on the Diggin' Dave has always been stack smart, stay patient. At $95 silver, I'm looking at high premium items differently. If you are looking to buy right now, watch out for high dealer spreads. If you are looking to liquidate, this is a historic window to rotate your common silver into other assets or higher tier rarities. Check your junk silver bags. Those Mercury dimes and Walking Liberty halves are the most liquid assets in the world right now. They are easy to sell and everyone wants them. The big question is, does silver have the legs to hit $120, or are we due for a pullback? I want to hear from the community. Are you selling into this rally, or are you a diamond hand stacker holding out for triple digits? Drop a comment below and tell me what your best silver find has been lately. If you love the hunt and the hustle, make sure to hit that follow button and join the family here at the Diggin' Dave. Until next time, keep digging and keep stacking. Most people think every coin made by the U.S. Mint was meant to be spent. But look at this. The 1852 Liberty seeded silver dollar. In 1852, the mint reported that 0 silver dollars were struck for circulation. Not one. So how are you looking at this coin right now? This is one of the most mysterious restrikes in American history, and today, we're breaking down why a PR63 grade like this is worth a fortune. In the mid-1800s, silver was expensive. Because the silver in a dollar coin was worth more than a dollar itself, the mint stopped making them for the public. They only made a handful of original proofs for dignitaries. However, in the 1860s and 70s, collectors went crazy for them. To meet the demand, mint officials used the original 1852 dies to create what we call restrikes. Even though they were made a few years later, they are official mint products and incredibly rare. Experts believe fewer than 75 of these restrikes exist today. Now, let's talk about the grade. PR63. PR stands for proof, meaning it was struck with specially polished dies to give it a mirror-like finish. 63 is the grade on the 70-point scale. For a coin nearly 175 years old, a 63 is a choice grade. It means the coin has great luster and only minor marks. In this condition, an 1852 restrike can easily auction for $30,000 to $50,000 or more. The 1852 restrike is proof that the mint has a long history of creating treasures specifically for collectors. It's a bridge between the Civil War era and the birth of American coin collecting. Did you know the mint made restrikes of other famous coins too? Let me know in the comments if you want to see the 1804 dollar story next. Don't forget to follow for more real coin history.
Have you ever looked at a penny and thought, wait, am I seeing double? Most people just blink and spend it, but that little blur could be a six-figure mistake. We're talking about the 1969 double die obverse. Now, I know what you're thinking. Dave, it's just a penny. How can it be worth $100,000? Well, it's all about a massive error at the San Francisco Mint that turned a common cent into a historical relic. I'm the Diggin' Dave, and today, we aren't just looking at coins. We're studying a rare piece of American history. If you've ever felt like there's hidden treasure in your pocket change, you're going to want to stay for this. I'll show you exactly what to look for, and more importantly, what to ignore. Now here's a question I get all the time. Dave, my coin looks blurry. Is it a double die? This is where most people get frustrated. See, there's a big difference between machine doubling and a true double die. Machine doubling is just the coin shifting during production. It's very common, and honestly, it adds no value. But a true 1969 double die? That doubling is part of the coin's DNA. It's thick, it's clear, and it's unmistakable on the words liberty and in God we trust. Think of it like this. Machine doubling is a shadow. Hub doubling is a twin. Understanding this one simple distinction will save you hours of searching and a lot of disappointment. Another common confusion is the mint mark. People ask, does it have to have the S? The answer is a resounding yes. The legendary 1969 double die only happened at the San Francisco Mint. If you find a 1969 penny with a D or no mint mark at all, it might still be a cool coin, but it's not the one worth the big auction prices. And here's a pro tip that catches even the experts. Look at that S mark. On a real 1969 double die, the S is actually not doubled. Why? Because the mint mark was punched into the die after the doubling error occurred. If the S looks blurry too, it's almost certainly machine doubling. It's these tiny, natural details that separate the real treasures from the pocket change. I often hear people say, Dave, I found a crusty old coin. Should I polish it up to make it look expensive? My answer is always, please, don't touch it. In the professional appraisal world, original patina, or the natural aging of the copper, is everything. Cleaning a coin with chemicals or even a soft cloth creates microscopic scratches. To a professional grader at PCGS or NGC, those scratches are a red flag. It can take a coin worth $50,000 and drop it down to $500 in seconds. If you think you found a specimen of this caliber, keep it in a soft plastic flip or a dry container. Preservation is the key to maintaining historical value. Originality is what high-end collectors are willing to pay for. At the end of the day, numismatics is about the thrill of the hunt and learning the stories behind the metal. The 1969S is a reminder that excellence and even errors have a lasting legacy. So I have a question for you. Have you ever found a coin that looked different or had a strange mark? Tell me about it in the comments, even if you aren't sure. Let's talk about it. I love hearing your discovery stories. If this deep dive helped clear up some confusion for you, hit that follow button. We've got plenty more historical mysteries to solve together. This is the Diggin' Dave, reminding you to keep your eyes sharp and your magnifying glass ready. You never know what's waiting in your next handful of change. Thank you. Stop right now. If you have any 1999 pennies in your possession, do not spend them until you watch this video. To most people, a penny from 1999 is just 1 cent. But for a handful of lucky individuals, it's a $2,500 jackpot hiding in plain sight. I'm talking about the legendary 1999 Wide AM Lincoln Cent, one of the most famous and valuable modern errors ever released into circulation by the US Mint. This isn't some ancient, rare coin you'll never find. These are literally in your pocket change right now. The mistake is so tiny, so microscopic, that 99% of people have no idea it exists. They spend these coins every day, completely unaware they're handing a fortune over to a cashier. Today, the Diggin' Dave is going to pull back the curtain on this amazing error and show you exactly how to spot it. But first, you need to understand the proof die secret that started this entire phenomenon and why a tiny space between 2 letters can mean thousands of dollars. Listen closely, because the next thing I'm about to show you is the difference between 1 cent and 2,500. To understand the 1999 Wide AM error, you first need to know about proof dies. Normally, proof dies are used to strike special, highly detailed collector coins that are never meant for circulation. But in 1999, someone at the US Mint made a colossal mistake. They accidentally used a proof die to strike a few regular business strike pennies. This is why the Wide AM exists. Now, let's get to the crucial part. You need to look at the back of your 1999 penny, specifically at the word America. The space between the A and the M is your first clue. On common 1999 pennies, the A and M are very close, almost touching. This is called close AM. But on the rare error, there's a distinct, visible gap between them. This is the Wide AM. Most people get this confused, thinking any 1999 penny is valuable. It's not. That specific spacing is what makes it rare. But wait, there's a second, equally important FG secret that confirms the error, and if you miss it, you might be holding a common coin. Let's dive into the Wide AM gap test, which is your primary identifier. Take your 1999 penny and turn it to the reverse side, the Lincoln Memorial. Now, look closely at the word America. On a common 1999 penny, the close AM, the bottom of the A and M will be nearly touching, or extremely close to each other. It looks like the letters are hugging. However, on the incredibly rare 1999 Wide AM error, you will see a clear, distinct, and undeniable gap between the bottom serifs of the A and the M. It's like the letters are standing apart. This subtle difference is exactly what collectors are paying top dollar for. But here's the kicker. Even if you spot the Wide AM gap, there's another tiny detail near the bottom of the memorial building that acts as a double confirmation. If this second detail doesn't match, you could still be looking at a common coin. I'm going to show you where to look for the FG initials next, because this is where pros separate the real finds from the fakes. Now look to the right side of the Lincoln Memorial on the reverse of your 1999 penny. At the very bottom, next to the steps, you'll see the tiny initials FG, which belong to the designer Frank Gasparo. On a common 1999 close AM penny, these FG initials will appear closer to the memorial building. But on the genuine 1999 Wide AM error, because of the different die used, these FG initials will appear noticeably further away from the memorial building, sitting closer to the rim. This FG spacing acts as your secondary confirmation. So if you have a Wide AM and the FG initials are further from the building, you are almost certainly holding a $2,500 coin. But here's where fortunes are made or lost. The condition of your coin. A dirty, scratched error might only be worth $50, but a pristine, shiny one? That's the $2,500 we're looking for. You need to understand how to protect your find and why cleaning it is the worst mistake you can make. The condition of your 1999 wide AM penny is a massive value multiplier. A heavily circulated, dull, or scratched coin might only fetch a small premium, but a coin that looks like it just came out of the minting press, with its original mint luster still intact, can easily hit that $2,500 mark when graded. This is called mint state or MS condition. Most pennies in circulation are exposed to dirt, skin oils, and environmental damage, causing them to tone brown and lose their original shine. This is why you must never clean any potentially valuable coin. Cleaning actually damages the surface and destroys the original luster that professional graders look for. If you find a shiny 1999 wide AM with no scratches, it is a significant asset, but even the best condition coin needs to be verified. The final step is getting it professionally certified, because without that official slab, it's just a penny to the buyer. Your mission is clear. Go through all your 1999 pennies. First, check the word America for that distinctive wide AM gap. Second, confirm by looking at the FG initials on the reverse. Are they further from the building? And third, evaluate the condition. Is it shiny with original luster or dull and circulated? If you found a potential winner, handle it only by the edges or wear cotton gloves to unlock its full $2,500 value. You must send it to a professional grading service like PCGS or NGC. They will encapsulate it in a protective slab and label it as the 1999 1C wide AM error. This certification is what gives your coin its official market value and allows it to be sold at major numismatic auctions. Knowledge is your greatest tool in treasure hunting, and today, you've learned a secret that 99% of people miss. If you think you found one, drop a comment below and tell me about it. Don't forget to subscribe for more hidden treasures, because next time we're looking for a coin with a double die that can make you thousands. Until then, check your change and keep digging. Before you scroll, let me tell you why this coin is called the King of American Coins. What if I told you the most famous US coin in history was never actually made in the year printed on it? That's exactly the mystery behind the 1804 silver dollar. In this video, you'll learn why this coin is worth more than $4.1 million, how only a handful exist, and why collectors consider it the ultimate symbol of American numismatics. We'll uncover when it was really made, who it was made for, and why owning one is considered the highest achievement in coin collecting. Stay with me, because this story gets more surprising the deeper we go. The 1804 silver dollar is famously misdated, which is the first layer of its intrigue. Despite the date stamped as 1804, U.S. Mint records show that no silver dollars were actually produced that year. Production had stopped in 1803, and the silver dollars of 1804 were only struck later as special issues in the 1830s. These coins were not intended for circulation, but were created as diplomatic gifts to be sent to foreign dignitaries. This unusual production method is what makes the 1804 silver dollar historically significant. Mint officials, believing the last silver dollars carried the 1804 date, reproduced them carefully, creating coins that were never spent in commerce. These errors, combined with their limited production numbers, established a level of rarity and prestige unmatched in American coinage. Collectors today marvel at the coincidence and craftsmanship, as it links both the early U.S. Mint and international diplomacy in a single small silver disc. The story of the date alone makes this coin legendary. Unlike ordinary silver dollars, the 1804 silver dollar was struck specifically for presentation and diplomatic purposes. It was intended to be a symbol of the young United States' sophistication and economic development when presented to foreign leaders. Each coin was carefully struck with high-quality detail, far exceeding typical circulating coins. Mint officials ensured the design was crisp, including the obverse liberty profile and reverse eagle motifs, to reflect American craftsmanship. Because these coins were never meant to enter general commerce, very few were produced, and even fewer survived. The coins were highly valued even then, as they represented a national statement rather than monetary utility. Over time, surviving examples became treasured artifacts. Their story combines diplomacy, minting history, and artistic quality, making them far more than mere currency. Today, the coin's provenance, quality, and intended purpose significantly contribute to their multi-million-dollar value, setting them apart from any ordinary silver dollar. Today, the 1804 silver dollar exists in only 15 confirmed examples, divided into 3 official classes recognized by numismatic experts: Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Each class represents different production times and purposes, with Class 1 being the earliest diplomatic strikes. The rarity is extreme. Museums hold several examples, and the remainder are in private collections, some never publicly displayed. Each coin is meticulously documented, tracked, and studied for provenance. Even minor scratches or alterations can affect value, showing the level of care collectors apply. Because of this rarity, when one appears at auction, it becomes an international numismatic event, drawing attention from major collectors worldwide. The survival of these coins through centuries of circulation, accidents, and historical upheaval makes their rarity genuine and highly respected. This scarcity is a critical factor in the coin's legendary status and the extraordinary value it commands in today's market. The 1804 silver dollar's value is determined by a combination of historical significance, rarity, and prestige. Beyond being rare, it is a tangible piece of early U.S. history, tied to diplomatic missions and the identity of a young nation asserting itself globally. Collectors prize it not only for its silver content, but for its role as a symbol of America's craftsmanship and international presence. The coins were carefully minted, preserved, and sometimes exchanged at the highest levels of government, adding to their story. Auction prices reflect these factors, with examples selling for over $4.1 million. Collectors see owning one as reaching the pinnacle of American coin collecting. It is not just a coin, but a statement of expertise, historical knowledge, and investment. The combination of provenance, condition, and historical importance ensures that this coin remains the most sought after in U.S. numismatics, maintaining its legendary status decades after it was struck. Even more than 200 years later, the 1804 silver dollar holds its position as the king of American coins. Its story combines mystery, diplomacy, historical significance, and extreme rarity. The coins are considered treasures of American history, with every surviving example documented and preserved. For collectors, museums, and enthusiasts, this coin represents a perfect blend of artistry, historical context, and investment. Its scarcity, exceptional condition, and the unique circumstances of its production ensure that it remains one of the most desirable coins in the world. When an example does appear at auction, it attracts global attention and commands multi-million-dollar bids. The legacy of the 1804 silver dollar endures because it is more than silver. It is a tangible connection to the early United States, to diplomacy, to craftsmanship, and to one of the most fascinating numismatic stories ever recorded. Welcome back to the Dig and Dave. Today, we are moving past speculation and looking at the raw data behind the 2025 American women quarters as a legitimate alternative asset class. While most people see pocket change, professional numismatists are tracking verified auction sales of 2025 error specimens exceeding the $5,000 mark. As the U.S. Mint concludes this historic 4-year series, we are seeing an unprecedented spike in strike rarity premiums. But the fundamental question for any investor is, why does a 25-cent instrument appreciate by 20,000% in a matter of weeks? It's a combination of supply chain defects and high liquidity demand in the secondary market. To understand the volatility of these prices, we have to look at our first case study, the Ida B. Wells leaking ink variety and why its current valuation is a signal for the rest of the year. Focusing on the Ida B. Wells release, we are witnessing a textbook case of what experts call die fatigue, leading to significant market premiums. Specifically, the leaking ink error, a major die chip on the printing press, is currently maintaining a trading range between $100 and $250 on verified exchanges. Furthermore, specimens displaying a double die obverse are hitting the $500 threshold in mint state condition. But there is a technical detail that 90% of observers miss: the edge-to-surface composition. A clad layer error, where the internal copper core is exposed, represents a massive leap in valuation. And while a $500 error is a solid return, it pales in comparison to the S-mint mark multiplier we are analyzing in the next segment. Do you know the specific mintage numbers that make this single letter worth $2,000? The San Francisco S-mint mark is the ultimate lesson in supply-side economics. While Philadelphia and Denver produce billions of units for daily commerce, the San Francisco Mint focuses on limited-run S-mint strikes. Occasionally, these business strikes accidentally leak into the public money supply, creating an immediate liquidity event for the finder. A certified 2025 S quarter in an MS68 grade is a blue-chip asset, often valued at $2,000. However, the ultimate black swan event is the wrong planchet error, a quarter struck on a silver blank meant for a different denomination. These verified rarities have historically cleared $7,000 at major houses like Heritage Auctions, but as we look toward the Q3 and Q4 releases, one specific design is projected to disrupt these price ceilings entirely. Are you prepared for the technical volatility of the Vera Rubin release? The reason financial analysts are prioritizing the Dr. Vera Rubin quarter is its extreme technical complexity. The intricate astronomical design is a breeding ground for die cracks and grease fill errors. Quantifiably, early found ghost star errors, where astronomical elements are missing due to a strike malfunction, carry a projected launch value of $1,000. These astronomical designs attract a crossover market of collectors and investors, driving the ROI higher than standard releases. But here's the critical point for any serious hunter. If you find a rare specimen, do you know the one action that will instantly bankrupt its market value? In our final segment, I'm providing the professional liquidation checklist to ensure you secure the full $5,000 valuation for your discovery. Once you've identified a potential asset, the final step is converting that metal into realized profit. The cardinal rule of numismatic preservation: never clean the specimen. Even microscopic abrasions from a cloth will downgrade a gem mint coin to details, slashing the valuation by 90%. To secure a $5,000 payday, the asset must be third-party certified by agencies like PCGS or NGC. A slabbed coin carries a premium because its grade and authenticity are professionally guaranteed. Skip the local pawn shops. High-value errors belong in specialized auctions where high-net-worth collectors compete. The 2025 series is the final chapter of this program. The demand is peak, and the supply of errors is finite. Are you ready to audit your change like a professional? Start digging and follow the Diggin' Dave for more expert-level market analysis.
In the world of numismatics, there are rare coins, and then there is the king of gold. We're talking about the 1915 S Panama Pacific $50 octagonal gold piece. This isn't just a coin, it's a massive chunk of American history. Issued for the Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco, it commemorates the completion of the Panama Canal. At MS65, we are looking at a gem specimen that defies logic. It is one of the largest and heaviest gold coins ever struck by the U.S. Mint, and today, its value is as heavy as its gold content. Take a look at the detail. Designed by Robert Aitken, the obverse features the helmeted head of Minerva, the goddess of wisdom. Flip it over, and you see the majestic owl perched on a pine branch, symbolizing knowledge. But the real showstopper is the shape. The octagonal rim, decorated with dolphins to represent the two oceans meeting, makes this one of only two non-circular coins ever issued by the U.S. In MS65, the luster is original, the surfaces are silky, and every feather on that owl is razor sharp. This is pure numismatic art at its finest. Why does the weight matter? Because back in 1915, $50 was a fortune, roughly 2 months' salary for the average worker. Only 645 of these octagonal giants were ever sold. The rest were melted down because they were simply too expensive for the public to buy. Finding one today is rare. Finding one in MS-65, a grade that signifies almost perfect preservation, is like finding a needle in a haystack. When this coin hits the auction block, the air in the room changes. It represents a level of prestige that very few collectors will ever achieve. The "Weight Doesn't Lie" title isn't just about the gold, it's about the market power. A 1915S octagonal $50 in MS-65 is a blue-chip asset. It's a holy grail that has consistently seen its value climb into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It serves as a bridge between art, history, and raw bullion. Whether you're a high-end investor or a history buff, this coin is the ultimate trophy. It's heavy, it's gold, and it's beautiful. Remember, in a world of digital assets, physical rarity like this never goes out of style. Imagine a coin so rare that for decades, historians thought it was a total myth. It isn't made of gold, silver, or even copper. It's made of glass. Welcome to 1942. The world is at war, and the U.S. military needs every scrap of copper for shell casings and wiring. The Mint is desperate. They are testing everything: plastic, rubber, and most strangely, tempered glass. This wasn't just a gimmick. It was a high-stakes scientific race to keep the American economy moving while the world burned. Today, we uncover the story of the 1942 glass penny, the Mint's most fragile and dangerous secret. The experiment was led by the Blue Ridge Glass Company in Kingsport, Tennessee. They used a specialized material called herculite, a type of tempered glass known for its incredible strength. The goal was to create a penny that could survive a drop onto a concrete floor without shattering into pieces. But the science was brutal. Workers struggled to get the intricate wheat-cent design to press clearly into the molten glass. The results were hauntingly beautiful. Translucent amber discs that looked more like gems than currency. Yet, behind the beauty lay a technical nightmare for the Mint. Why don't we use glass money today? The trials revealed two fatal flaws. First, the glass was inconsistent. While some coins were nearly indestructible, others shattered into jagged, razor-sharp shards with a single drop, a literal hazard in a citizen's pocket. Second, the manufacturing process was a disaster. The metal dies used to stamp the coins would wear out or crack under the intense heat required to mold the glass. In an era where the Mint needed to produce billions of pennies quickly, the most fragile secret was proving to be an industrial impossibility. Glass was out. Steel was in. Once the 1943 steel penny was approved, the glass penny experiment was ordered to be erased. The Mint destroyed nearly every prototype to prevent them from entering circulation or being faked. For over 70 years, it was believed that no 1942 glass pennies survived the furnace. They became the ghosts of numismatics. It wasn't until 2017 that a genuine specimen, the only one known to exist in such perfect condition, surfaced at an auction. It sold for over $70,000. It wasn't just a coin anymore. It was a perfectly preserved piece of desperate wartime innovation that survived against all odds. The glass penny reminds us that money is more than just value. It's a reflection of the era's technology and struggles. From the Silver Center experiment of 1792 to the glass trials of 1942, the U.S. Mint has always been a laboratory for the radical. These failed experiments are often more valuable than the successes because they show us the limits of human ingenuity. Next time you hold a common copper penny, remember the amber shard that almost took its place in your pocket. Thanks for digging into history with us. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more lost secrets of the Mint.
Think the penny is small? Meet the Type 1 Liberty Head Gold Dollar. Minted from 1849 to 1854, this is officially the smallest gold coin ever produced by the United States Mint. Why so small? The California gold rush of 1848 flooded the market with so much gold that Congress authorized this tiny treasure. It's made of 90% pure gold, but at only 13 millimeters wide, People complained it was too easy to lose. Designed by James B. Longacre, the Type 1 features Lady Liberty wearing a coronet. On the back, you'll find a simple wreath surrounding the $1 mark and the date. But don't let the size fool you. This tiny coin carried huge buying power in the mid-1800s. Today, even a common date in decent shape can fetch $300 to $600. But if you find a rare mint mark, like the 1849C from Charlotte or the 1849D from Dahlonega, you could be looking at a $5,000 to $20,000 coin. Authentic gold history fits right in the palm of your hand. Have you ever seen one of these in person? Let me know in the comments, and subscribe for more real coin history. What if I told you that a piece of metal no bigger than a bottle cap could buy you a luxury mansion today? Welcome to the Diggin' Dave, where we unearth the world's most valuable treasures. Most people look at old, dirty coins and see pocket change, but collectors see a retirement fund. Today, we are counting down the top 5 historical coins that are worth a literal fortune. We aren't talking about a few $100s. We are talking about coins so rare that they have caused legal battles, secret government auctions, and multi-million-dollar bids. From the gold of the early American colonies to the ancient silver of lost empires, these 5 coins are the holy grails of numismatics. If you've ever inherited an old jar of coins or found a metallic glint in the dirt while hiking, you need to pay attention. One of these could be sitting in your attic right now, disguised as junk. Let's start the countdown and see if you're holding a hidden fortune. Coming in at number 5 is a coin that shouldn't even exist. The 1913 Liberty Head Nickel. This is the ultimate mystery coin. In 1913, the U.S. Mint officially switched the nickel design to the Buffalo nickel, meaning no Liberty Head nickels were supposed to be produced. However, 5 of them were struck secretly by a Mint employee, and they didn't surface until years later. Because there are only 5 in the entire world, the demand is insane. Imagine a 5-cent piece being worth over $4 million. This coin represents the rebel side of history, a secret production that became a legend. Every time one of these hits the auction block, the world of coin collecting holds its breath. It's a reminder that sometimes the rarest treasures aren't the ones the government intended to make, but the ones that slip through the cracks of the system. If you ever see a 1913 nickel with Lady Liberty on it, don't spend it. You've just won the lottery. Number 4 takes us back to the very beginning of the United States. The 1794 flowing hair silver dollar is believed to be the very first silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Federal Mint. Think about the historical weight of that. This coin was the birth of the American dollar as a global superpower currency. When you look at the design, you see Lady Liberty with flowing hair, surrounded by stars, a symbol of a young, wild nation finding its feet. Experts believe that only about 130 to 140 of these survivors exist today out of the original 1,758 minted. In 2013, one of these pristine examples sold for a record-breaking $10 million. It is a masterpiece of early American engraving. Holding this coin is like touching the hands of the Founding Fathers. For the Diggin' Dave fans, this is the ultimate hunt, a coin that defines a nation and carries a price tag that could fund an entire expedition. At number 3, we go even further back into the medieval mists of England. The 1343 Edward III florin, also known as the Double Leopard. This gold coin is one of the rarest medieval coins in existence. It was an attempt by King Edward III to introduce a gold currency that could be used across Europe, but it failed because the gold value was set too high compared to silver, and it was quickly withdrawn. Today, only 3 specimens are known to exist. 2 were found in the River Tyne by mudlarks in 1857, and they are now in the British Museum. The 3rd was found by a metal detectorist in 2006. This coin is worth over $6.8 million. It features the king sitting on his throne with 2 leopard heads by his side. It's a stunning example of 14th century craftsmanship. It's a reminder that sometimes a failed economic experiment in the 1300s can become a multi-million-dollar treasure 700 years later. Number 2 is perhaps the most dangerous coin on our list. The 1933 St. Gaudens Double Eagle. This $20 gold piece is the definition of forbidden fruit. In 1933, during the Great Depression, President Roosevelt ordered all gold coins to be returned to the mint to be melted down to save the economy. These coins were never officially issued. However, a few were stolen or smuggled out. For decades, the Secret Service hunted these coins down like they were fugitives. One was famously owned by King Farouk of Egypt, and after a long legal battle, it was allowed to be sold. That single coin fetched nearly $19 million at auction. It is illegal for a private citizen to own any other 1933 double eagle. The government will literally seize it. It is the only coin in history that carries the thrill of a heist and the value of a kingdom. Its beauty is unmatched, but its history is written in the shadows of the law. Finally, the number one spot goes to a coin so rare that it is considered priceless. The 1849 double eagle. This coin was minted during the height of the California gold rush. It was the very first $20 gold piece struck in the United States, made from the very gold that thousands of people died trying to find in the hills of California. There is only one known to exist in the entire world. It currently sits in the Smithsonian Institution's National Numismatic Collection. While it has never been sold, experts estimate that if it ever went to auction, it would easily surpass $20 million. It is the Mona Lisa of coins. It represents the greed, the hope, and the expansion of the American West. It's the ultimate dream for every digger and hunter, the one coin that stands above all others as the absolute king of history. It isn't just money. It is the physical manifestation of the gold rush era. So, what did we learn today on the Diggin' Dave? History isn't just in textbooks. It's in the dirt, in old jars, and in the palms of our hands. These 5 coins prove that a single mistake, a secret minting, or a government recall can turn a common object into a $1 million relic. But here's my advice to you. Before you dismiss that old, worn-out coin you found in your grandfather's collection, do your research. Check the dates. Look for those tiny mint marks. And whatever you do, do not clean them. You might be holding the next world record and not even know it. If you love this countdown, make sure to hit that follow button and share this video. You never know which of your friends might have a fortune sitting in their pocket right now. Tell me in the comments, which of these coins would you want to find most? This is Dave. Keep your eyes on the ground and your heart in the hunt. See you in the next one.
At first glance, these 2 coins look identical. They're both uncirculated, both shiny, and both technically mint state. But there is a massive secret hiding in the details. One of these is worth $50. The other could be worth $5,000. Today, we're learning how to spot the marks and understand why that tiny 4-point jump on the Sheldon scale changes everything. Let's start with MS63, or Select Uncirculated. This coin never went into a vending machine, but it did live in a heavy canvas bag with thousands of other coins at the mint. Look closely. See these tiny nicks on the face? Those are bag marks or contact marks. In an MS63 grade, the luster is good, but might be slightly interrupted. The strike is average. It might look a little soft in the hair or feathers. Marks are scattered across the main focal points. It's a great collector coin, but it's not elite. Now, look at MS67, the superb gem. To get this grade, a coin has to be a statistical miracle. The strike, it's razor sharp. Every tiny line in the design is crisp. The luster, it's booming. The light dances across the surface without hitting any speed bumps. The marks, almost non-existent to the naked eye. You might need a 5x loop just to find one microscopic tick. Think of it this way. If MS63 is a brand new car with a few tiny scratches from the dealership lot, MS67 is that same car kept in a vacuum-sealed bubble since the day it was made. So why the price gap? It comes down to condition rarity. Host, the mint made millions of these coins. Thousands survived in MS63, but maybe only 100 survived in MS67 without getting scratched or dinged. High-end collectors are fighting over the best of the best. When the supply is 100 and the demand is 10,000, the price doesn't just go up, it explodes. Next time you're looking at an uncirculated coin, don't just look at the shine. Look at the cheek, look at the fields, and spot the marks. Want to see a side-by-side comparison of a 1 in a million MS-70? Let me know in the comments. And don't forget to like and follow for more coin hunting tips. Ever wondered if you're holding a small fortune in your pocket? Most collectors look for dates or mint marks, but the real pros look at the scale. Welcome to the world of weight hunting. In numismatics, the weight doesn't lie. While a standard 1983 penny should be zinc and weigh 2.5 grams, a transition error struck on a leftover copper planchet weighs 3.11. That tiny difference of 0.6 grams is the difference between 1 cent and $15,000. Today, we're showing you why the gram is your best friend in finding rare copper errors. Why does this happen? It's all about the transitional error. In 1982, the U.S. Mint switched from 95% copper to copper-plated zinc to save money. But minting is a messy business. Occasionally, an old copper blank gets stuck in a bin or a feeder, only to be struck years later. Because copper is denser than zinc, the scale is the only foolproof way to catch them. You can't always see it with the naked eye, especially if the coin is toned. If you aren't weighing your 1983 or 1989 pennies, you are literally throwing money away. You don't need a laboratory to start hunting, but you do need precision. A standard kitchen scale won't cut it. You need a digital pocket scale that measures to at least 2 decimal places, 0.00 grams. When you're hunting for that rare 1943 copper cent or the 1982D small date copper, accuracy is everything. We're looking for that magic number. For copper, it's 3.1. For zinc, it's 2.5. If your scale hits 3.1 on a coin that shouldn't be copper, congratulations. You just found a unicorn. It's time to get it authenticated. So, what should you look for right now? Check your 1982, 1983, and even 1989 pennies. Keep an eye out for the 1977D silver dollar struck on a 40% silver-clad planchet too. Weight catches those too. Coin roll hunting isn't just a hobby. It's a treasure hunt hiding in plain sight. Grab a scale, buy a box of pennies from the bank, and start weighing. Remember, the eyes can be fooled by plating or toning, but the weight tells the truth every single time. Happy hunting, and may your next coin be a heavy one.
Take a look at these 2 quarters sitting in the palm of my hand. To 99% of people out there, this is just 50 cents. Maybe enough to grab a quick soda or a bag of chips. But to a professional numismatist, one of these is common pocket change, and the other is a $10,000 mistake hiding in plain sight. I'm talking about the 1964 and 1965 Washington quarters, the 2 most misunderstood, yet potentially life-changing years in American history. If you've been ignoring 1965 quarters because you think they're just clad or worthless metal, you might be throwing away the biggest financial find of your life. Today, the Diggin' Dave is pulling back the curtain on a transitional error the Mint tried to sweep under the rug during one of the most chaotic eras in U.S. production. But before I reveal the secret mistake that turns a simple quarter into a jackpot, you have to understand why the year 1964 changed the way we value money forever. And it all starts with a specific sound you literally cannot ignore. Listen closely to what happens when we test the metal. 1964 was the final year of the Silver King. For over 3 decades, every Washington quarter struck for circulation was 90% fine silver. But by 1965, the silver was gone, replaced by a cheap sandwich of copper and nickel. Collectors call this era the Great Transition. There's a specific ring to a 1964 silver coin, a high-pitched melodic chime that acts like a siren song for treasure hunters. When you drop a 1964 quarter on a wooden table, it sings. When you drop a 1965, it thuds. But here's where the story gets dangerous for your wallet. In the frantic rush to switch metals, the Mint left a ghost in the machinery. They had thousands of leftover silver blanks in the hoppers, and what happened next created a coin that technically shouldn't even exist. You might think you can spot it just by the date, but there is a hidden visual cue on the very edge of the coin that is 1,000 times more reliable than the date itself. And I'm going to show you exactly what to look for right now. Most people check the date, see 1965, and move on. But the pros? We look at the edge first. On a standard 1965 quarter, you'll see a distinct brown or orange-colored stripe running through the center. That's the copper core peeking through the nickel jacket. But if you flip a 1965 quarter over and that edge is a solid, brilliant, uniform silver with absolutely no trace of a copper line, stop everything you're doing. You may have just found the first clue to a $10,000 transitional error. I've seen lucky hunters find these in laundromats and old coin jars because they knew this one simple visual trick. However, I have to warn you, looks can be deceiving in this hobby. Scammers often silver plate common quarters to trick beginners into thinking they've found a rarity. So, how do you prove it's not a fake? To know for a 100% fact, we have to move beyond sight and enter the world of physics. And for that, we need a specific number on a scale that I'm about to reveal. This is where the science of wealth separates the amateurs from the experts. If you want to find big money errors, you have to stop guessing and start weighing. A normal copper-nickel 1965 quarter is designed to weigh exactly 5.67 grams, but a silver transitional error, a coin struck on a leftover 1964 blank, is much denser, weighing exactly 6.25 grams. That tiny 0.58 gram difference is the smoking gun. That proves the mint used the wrong metal. When I put a 1965 coin on my digital scale and see that 6.2 pop up, my heart skips a beat. It is the definitive proof that you've struck silver. It's the difference between a coin you spend at the car wash and a coin you sell for the price of a used car. But here's the crazy part. Even if your coin doesn't pass the silver test, there is a secondary variety hidden within the 1964 series itself that is often worth just as much, and it has nothing to do with the metal. It's hidden in the tiny typography of the date, but you'll need a magnifying glass to see the secret 9 I'm showing you next. While every hunter on the planet is obsessed with the 1965 silver error, the smart collectors are looking at the 1964 pointy tail 9. If you take a jeweler's loupe and look at the 9 in the 1964 date, you'll notice something strange. On some coins, the tail of the 9 is sharp, needle-like, and pointed. On others, it's blunt and rounded. This variety happened because the mint accidentally used dies meant for proof. Sets, mirror finish coins made only for collectors, on regular quarters intended for your pocket. Spotting a pointy tail is like finding a diamond in a coal mine. It's a rare crossover that most people walk right past every single day. It proves that even the most common year in history has its secrets. But I have to give you a massive warning right now. Finding the error is only half the battle. If you do what most beginners do immediately after finding a rare coin, you will instantly destroy 90% of its value, and it involves a common household item you should never ever let touch your coins. The absolute biggest mistake I see in my inbox every single day is what I call the scrub. Someone finds a rare 1965 silver error, and their first instinct is to make it look pretty, using coin polish, baking soda, or even a soft toothbrush. Stop. I cannot emphasize this enough. The second you clean a coin, you destroy its mint luster, that original frosty glow created by the pressure of the minting press. Professional graders will see those microscopic scratches instantly and label your coin as details cleaned. That one label can turn a $2,000 coin into a $200 coin in the blink of an eye. Collectors don't pay for shiny. They pay for original, untouched history. The real value isn't in how bright the coin is. It's in the grade and the preservation. But how do you know if your coin is actually a high-grade specimen? There is a cartwheel test that every pro uses to check for value, and I'm going to teach you exactly how to do it right now. In professional collecting, MS stands for mint state, and the numbers next to it determine your bank account balance. An MS-60 quarter is common, but an MS-67 1964 quarter is an entirely different beast. We are talking about the difference between a $10 coin and a $2,500 asset. When a coin is perfectly preserved, It has what we call the cartwheel effect. When you rotate the coin under a single light source, the reflection should spin around the surface like the spokes of a wagon wheel. If your 1964 or 1965 has that original, undisturbed frosty glow, you are holding a top-tier, investment-grade asset. Look for the luster, not the scratches. But here's the reality. Even if you have the perfect coin, it isn't worth a dime until it is officially slabbed. And if you don't follow the specific submission process I'm about to show you, you risk losing your treasure or getting a grade that makes no sense. Let's talk about how to get that official certification. To turn your pocket change discovery into spendable cash, you need a slab. This is a tamper-proof plastic holder from a reputable grading company like PCGS or NGC. It acts as your coin's birth certificate, its DNA test, and its insurance policy all in one. No high-end auction house or wealthy investor will even talk to you about a 1965 silver error unless it's been certified by a third party. Yes, it costs $50 to $100 to get it graded, yes. It takes weeks to get it back, but this is how you turn a maybe into a definitely. I've helped dozens of people through this, and seeing that mint error silver planchet label come back in the mail is a feeling better than winning the lottery. But once it's in that plastic holder, where do you actually go to sell it for the most money? I've got the final list of where the real buyers hang out, and it's not where you'd expect. So here is your mission for this week. I want you to go to your change jars, your car consoles, and even your old piggy banks. Pull out every 1964 and 1965 quarter and put them through the Diggin' Dave gauntlet. Check the edge for that missing copper stripe. Check the weight on a scale for that magic 6.25 gram reading. And finally, check the date for that pointy tail 9 variety. You are hunting for the transitional king, the mint accidentally handed to the public over 60 years ago. These are still being found every single month by people just like you who are paying attention. Our community is all about finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, and I want to hear your success stories in the comments below. Hit that share button, because your neighbor might have a $10,000 coin sitting in their kitchen drawer. Stay tuned, because in my next video, I'm revealing a 1960s dime that sold for 6 figures. Until then, check your change and keep digging. I'll see you in the next one. Stop right there. If you have a 1970 penny in your hand, do not spend it until you watch this. That tiny piece of copper sitting in your cup holder could actually be a $35,000 jackpot hiding in plain sight. To 99% of people, this is just a cent, something you leave in a take-a-penny jar. But to a professional numismatist, the year 1970 represents one of the most famous micro-variations in American history. I'm talking about the 1970s small-date Lincoln cent. But here's the warning. Not every 1970 penny is worth a fortune. If you don't know the specific secret hidden in the typography of the date, you're just looking at pocket change. Today, the Diggin' Dave is pulling back the curtain on a microscopic error the San Francisco Mint tried to fix, but failed. But before you grab your magnifying glass, you have to understand the S Mint mark mystery, because that tiny letter is your first ticket to the big money. The first thing you need to do is flip that penny over and look right under the date. If you see a tiny S, you've officially entered the game. That S stands for the San Francisco Mint, a facility legendary for rare strikes and limited runs. In 1970, San Francisco produced 2 distinct versions of the Lincoln cent, the large date and the incredibly rare small date. This is where most beginners fail. They think any S penny is rare. It's not. The large date is worth exactly 1 cent. The small date is the ghost that keeps auction houses buzzing. The difference between them is so small, it's almost invisible to the naked eye. But I have a level test that makes it so simple even a child can spot a winner. In the next segment, I'm going to show you exactly where to draw a mental line across the numbers to see if you've hit the high 7 jackpot. Boyding Boyd. This is the level 7 test, and it is the absolute gold standard for identifying this $35,000 error. If you look at a common large date 1970 S penny, you'll notice the top of the number 7 sits lower than the 1 and the 0 next to it. It looks like the 7 is sagging. However, on the rare small date variety, the top of the 7 is perfectly level and flush with the tops of the 1 and the 0. It forms a razor-sharp horizontal line. This is the high 7 that collectors are desperate to find. But wait, I have to warn you, even if the 7 looks right, there is one more shadow secret hidden in a single word on the left side of the coin that proves it's the real deal. Scammers try to fake the date, but they can't fake the Liberty blur I'm about to show you right now. Now, look to the left of Lincoln's portrait at the word Liberty. In the world of rare coins, we usually want everything to be sharp and crisp, but the 1970s small date is an exception to the rule. Because of the way the Mafter hub was designed for the small date variety, the word Liberty, especially the letter L, often appears mushy or slightly blurred. If you have a perfectly level 7 combined with a slightly faded or mushy strike on the word Liberty, you aren't just holding a penny, you're holding a certified asset. But here is the most dangerous mistake you can make. If you find this coin and try to clean it up to make it look shiny, you will instantly wipe out 90% of its value. Copper is the most sensitive metal in the world, and its color is what determines your payday. Let's talk about red versus brown and why it's the difference between $100 and a brand new car. In the Lincoln cent market, color is king. When a copper coin is first minted, it has a brilliant orange-red glow. Over time, oxygen and skin oils turn that red into a chocolate brown. A 1970s small date in brown condition might only fetch $100. But if that same coin is graded RD for original red and hits a high grade like MS67, that is when the price tag skyrockets to $35,000. Never ever use a toothbrush, polish, or even water on a rare find. Collectors pay for original mint luster, not a chemical shine. So the question is, if you find one, how do you turn it into cash? Without official certification, your find is just an opinion. You need the slab to get the check, and I'm going to show you the final professional path to the auction house. Your mission is now clear. Go raid your old piggy banks, check your car consoles, and look through every 1970 penny you find. Look for the S, check for the level 7, and verify the Liberty blur. If you think you found the winner, place it immediately in a soft plastic flip or a velvet-lined box. To get that $35,000 valuation, you must send it to a professional grading service like PCGS or NGC to be slabbed and officially attributed as the small date variety. This is how you protect your find and prepare it for a major auction. Knowledge is the ultimate treasure hunter's tool, and today you've gained an edge over 99% of the world. If you think you found one, tell me in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe for our next hunt, where we'll look at a rare dime that sold for 6 figures. Until then, check your change and keep digging.
Welcome back to the Diggin' Dave, where we explore the fascinating history and value behind America's most legendary coins. Today, we are traveling back to the birth of the U.S. Mint in 1792. At this pivotal moment in history, the Founding Fathers faced a massive challenge: how to create a copper penny that was worth exactly 1 cent in metal, but was not too heavy to carry. According to the Coinage Act of 1792, a penny needed 264 grains of copper to hold its full value. This would have made the coin nearly as large as a modern-day half-dollar. To solve this, the Mint's first engineers launched a radical educational experiment. They decided to insert a tiny silver plug into a smaller copper disc to maintain the coin's intrinsic value. It was the first bimetallic gamble. The design of the 1792 silver center cent was deeply rooted in the Enlightenment values of the New Republic. On the obverse, the portrait of Liberty with flowing hair is surrounded by the inscription, "Liberty, parent of science and indust." This was not just decorative, it was a strong educational statement. Leaders like Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton believed that a stable, honest currency was a scientific necessity for a growing industrial nation. They wanted a coin that proved America was a land of logic and progress. By using a silver plug worth roughly 3/4 of a cent and a copper ring worth 1/4 of a cent, they achieved a balance of value. This was the first time the United States attempted to blend two metals into one coin, showing the mint was an innovation hub. Historical research suggests that the revolutionary writer Thomas Paine may have been the one to first propose this bimetallic solution to Thomas Jefferson. Paine envisioned a coin that was convenient for daily commerce, but still felt substantial in the hand. The production of these trial pieces was incredibly labor-intensive for the 18th century. Mint workers had to manually punch a hole in a copper blank, insert a small silver plug, and then strike the coin with heavy dies. The pressure of the strike would fuse the two metals together permanently. This process was a major educational milestone for the mint's staff. However, because each piece required such precise hand assembly, these coins never moved beyond the experimental stage, making the survivors some of the rarest relics today. When we look at the market for these rarities, the numbers are truly staggering, with all values tracked in United States dollars. In April 2012, a 1792 silver center cent graded as Mint State 61 sold at a heritage auction for a remarkable $1,150,000 USD. Just a few years later, in January 2021, the finest known specimen, graded SP67 by PCGS, set a massive record when it sold for $2,520,000 USD. There are even reports of private transactions for the highest quality examples, reaching as high as $5 million USD. These prices reflect the extreme rarity of the coin, as only about a dozen genuine examples are known to exist. For educational purposes, it is important to note that these figures represent the intersection of history and scarcity, as collectors compete to own the very first dollar. Despite the brilliance of the silver center cent, the experiment was ultimately abandoned for practical reasons. The primary issue was the complexity of mass production. In the 1790s, the mint used screw presses powered by human or animal strength. Manually inserting silver plugs into millions of pennies would have been too slow and expensive for a nation in desperate need of circulating currency. Furthermore, by early 1793, the market price of copper dropped significantly. This allowed the mint to strike a slightly smaller pure copper coin known as the large cent that still contained a full cent's worth of metal. This shift in the copper market made the bimetallic technology unnecessary. Today, these 1792 patterns stand as a what-if in history, showing the steps taken by the mint. Today, the 1792 silver center cent is one of the rarest treasures in the numismatic world. Of the small handful of known survivors, one of the most important is held in the National Numismatic Collection at the Smithsonian Institution. This piece serves as a vital educational tool for historians studying the origins of American manufacturing. Most other specimens are held in private collections, occasionally appearing at major auctions once every few decades. There are also related Judd II patterns, which were struck using the same dies but without the silver plug. Some of these were made of a fusible alloy, where the silver was melted directly into the copper. However, the Judd one with the visible silver center remains the most iconic. Finding one is the ultimate dream for any collector. Because of the million-dollar price tags, the 1792 silver center cent is a frequent target for fakes and alterations. Educational studies have identified several so-called silver center cents that were actually modified long after they left the mint. One famous example is the Morris specimen, which researchers discovered had a silver plug that was fabricated and inserted into a genuine 1792 copper coin at a later date. Experts use microscopic diagnostics, such as the specific shape of the hair curls on Liberty and the alignment of the letters in cent, to verify authenticity. Genuine plugs were fused under the immense pressure of the original strike, while fakes show signs of glue. This is why professional certification from services like PCGS or NGC is mandatory for these major coins. The 1792 silver center cent remains a powerful symbol of American trial and error. It teaches us that the path to a stable economy was paved with experimentation and a commitment to honest value. Even though the silver plug did not become a standard for our pennies, the spirit of that innovation led to the creation of the decimal system we still use over 2 centuries later. These coins are more than just expensive pieces of metal. They are historical documents that record the hopes and the scientific goals of the first American leaders. Whether you are a seasoned collector or just someone who loves the history of the United States, the story of the Silver Center reminds us to always look closer at our past. If you enjoyed this journey into the Mint's experiment, like and follow for more videos. Welcome to The Diggin' Dave, the premier destination for exploring the most fascinating errors in American numismatics. Today, we are analyzing the 1878 Morgan silver dollar, the legendary coin that launched the most popular series in United States history. But we aren't just discussing its silver content. We are hunting for a specific mint mark mistake that can turn a common relic into a high-value treasure. In 1878, the transition from old designs to new standards at the Mint created several rare varieties that most people overlook. While a standard silver dollar is worth its weight in bullion, a rare mint mark error can command prices in the thousands of dollars. We want to ensure you have the educational tools to identify these anomalies before they vanish into private collections. Join us as we break down the diagnostics of the 1878 series and show you exactly where to look for the mistakes that define this inaugural year. Grab your magnifying glass and let's get started with this deep dive into the silver history. Our mission is to help you find the hidden wealth that might be sitting in your very own pocket right now. When you flip over an 1878 Morgan dollar, the first thing to check is the mint mark. The Carson City CC mark is the holy grail for many collectors in the USA. Because 1878 was the first year of production, the workers at the Nevada Mint were still calibrating their machinery. This led to variations in how the CC was punched into the die. Currently, in 2026, an 1878 CC in a circulated fine grade is valued at approximately $200. However, if you find one in a high mint state grade, like MS-65, the value can skyrocket to $2,500 or even higher at major auctions. The educational takeaway here is to look for the small round CC variety, which is the only authentic style for this specific year. Many fakes exist with larger mint marks taken from later dates, so verifying the size is crucial for authenticity. Collectors pay these premiums because the Carson City Mint had significantly lower production numbers than Philadelphia, making any surviving error from this branch a rare piece of American frontier history. It is a symbol of the Old West that continues to fascinate investors and historians alike in the modern age. One of the most famous mistakes in 1878 occurred on the eagle's tail. Initially, the eagle was designed with 8 tail feathers, but the Mint quickly changed it to 7 to be more anatomically correct. This created the 7/8 tail feather variety, where you can see the tips of the original feathers peeking out from behind the new design. From an educational perspective, this is a transitional error that tells the story of the Mint's rush to correct a design flaw. In terms of market value, an 1878 7/8 strong variety in Mint State 63 is currently trading for around $500. If you are lucky enough to find a gem condition MS-65, the price can jump to $2,500. Even in lower circulated grades, these coins carry a premium over the standard 7-feather version, which usually sells for about $80. It is vital to look at the eagle's tail under a strong light. Those extra feather tips are the difference between a common silver coin and a rare collector's item that represents a unique moment in history. This specific detail is a favorite among variety hunters who enjoy the technical side of the coin collecting hobby today. As the Mint continued to refine the 1878 Morgan, they eventually created a new reverse design known as the reverse of 1879. This version features a rounded breast on the eagle and a slanted top feather on the arrows. The rare mistake occurs when an 1878 dated coin is found with this updated 1879 reverse. This is an educational goldmine because it shows how the Mint used up old dies during the transition between years. In today's market, an 1878S San Francisco with the reverse of 1879 is highly sought after. While a standard 1878S in Mint State 65 might be worth $425, a rare transitional variety in the same grade can reach ups of $9,000 at specialized numismatic auctions. Understanding the subtle differences in the eagle's breast and the arrow feathers is the key to identifying these sleeper coins. Many people sell these as common silver dollars because they don't know how to spot the reverse design change. By learning these technical details, you can distinguish between a standard coin and a high-value rarity. It is all about the subtle lines that make a massive difference in the value. For educational purposes, we must discuss the dangers of counterfeits in the rare coin market. Because the 1878 cc and its varieties are so valuable, scammers often use added mint marks or complete replicas to trick buyers. A genuine 1878 Morgan dollar should weigh exactly 26.73 grams and be non-magnetic. If you are offered a rare mistake at a price that seems too good to be true, it likely is. In the USA, many fakes are made of silver-plated copper or lead, which will feel slippery or look overly shiny in a way that doesn't match original mint luster. Always check the reading on the edge of the coin. Authentic Morgans have sharp, consistent ridges. Counterfeits often have uneven or mushy edges. Professional grading services like PCGS or NGC are the best way to guarantee that your 1878 mint mark mistake is the real deal. Investing in a graded coin might cost more upfront, but it ensures you aren't wasting your money on a worthless piece of scrap metal. Security and education go hand in hand when building a collection. Protect your hard-earned money by always verifying the source of your rare coins before you buy. Condition is the primary factor that dictates the final price of any 1878 Morgan dollar. The difference between a coin worth $150 and one worth $15,000 often comes down to microscopic scratches known as bag marks. Educational grading follows a 70-point scale used by professionals across the USA. For example, an 1878 S in MS-60 might be valued at $120, while an MS-67 specimen can reach over $15,000. This is why we emphasize that you should never clean your coins. Cleaning causes hairline scratches that a professional grader will spot instantly, potentially reducing the coin's value by 50% or more. To preserve the value of your 1878 errors, handle them only by the edges and store them in PVC-free flips or capsules. The goal is to keep the original, mint luster intact. This luster is the frosted appearance that reflects light in a cartwheel pattern. For a collector, a rare mint mark mistake in original, untouched condition is the ultimate find. Proper preservation ensures that the history of the coin remains protected. Value is preserved when you treat these relics with the respect and care they truly deserve. The market for rare American silver has seen a significant surge as more people look to tangible assets for long-term value. In 2026, the 1878 Morgan remains a staple of the U.S. investment market because it is the first year of issue. This historical significance provides a level of price stability that modern coins often lack. We see high demand for VAM varieties, which are specific die pairings cataloged by experts, where a tiny die crack or a slightly shifted mint mark adds hundreds of dollars to the value. For instance, some 1878 cc coins with doubled letters in the motto, "In God We Trust," are highly prized by specialists. By educating yourself on these specific varieties, you are essentially learning how to spot hidden value that the general public misses. The USA coin market is transparent, with auction records from sites like Heritage and Stack's Bowers providing clear evidence of what buyers are willing to pay. Knowledge is the most valuable tool you can have. It allows you to participate in the hobby with confidence and protect your interests. Wealth is built through study and careful observation of every detail. To wrap up our look at the 1878 Morgan dollar, remember that treasure hunting is about research and persistence. You can find these coins at local coin shops, estate auctions, and even online marketplaces, but you must apply the educational diagnostics we discussed today. Check the tail feathers, verify the mint mark style, and always weigh the coin to ensure it is genuine silver. The 1878 year offers so many variations that even a modest budget can get you started with a fascinating piece of the American story. Whether you are looking for a Carson City rarity or a Philadelphia tail feather heir, every coin tells a story of a young nation's industrial power. We hope this breakdown gives you the confidence to start your own search and discover the hidden mistakes that make these silver dollars so special. Stay focused on the details, keep learning about the minting process, and you might just find the next big rarity for your personal collection. We appreciate you joining us on this educational journey through the vaults. Don't forget to keep exploring and growing your collection. Like and follow for more videos.
Welcome back to another deep dive into numismatic history. Have you ever wondered if the change in your pocket could be worth a small fortune? Today, we are uncovering the secrets of a true American classic that every collector dreams of finding in high grade. We are talking about the iconic 1908 Liberty Head nickel, a coin that represents a turning point in United States minting history. This specific year is shrouded in fascinating stories of economic shifts and design evolution. If you have ever seen a V-nickel, you know the elegance it carries, but the 1908 issue holds a very special place for those who understand its true rarity and market demand. In this video, we will explore why this year is so significant and what you need to look for to identify a high-value specimen. Get ready, because we are starting our journey right now on the Dig and Dave. This is the only place where we dig deep into the history of rare coins to help you find hidden treasures. Stay tuned as we break down every single detail about this legendary piece of copper and nickel. The year 1908 was a period of significant transition for the United States Mint. The country was still feeling the lingering effects of the Panic of 1907, a financial crisis that led to a sharp decrease in the demand for new coinage. Because of this economic downturn, the production numbers for the Liberty Head nickel saw a dramatic drop compared to the previous year. In 1907, nearly 40 million nickels were struck, but by 1908, that number plummeted to just over 22 million. This reduction in mintage is the primary reason why finding a 1908 nickel in pristine condition is a massive challenge for modern collectors today. During this era, nickels were the workhorse of the American economy. They were used for everything from streetcar fares to buying a loaf of bread or gaining entry into a Nickelodeon theater. Because they circulated so heavily, most surviving examples are worn down to almost nothing. This historical backdrop makes the 1908 issue a fascinating study of how national economics directly impacts the rarity of the coins we collect over a century later. Designed by the legendary chief engraver Charles E. Barber, the Liberty Head nickel is often called the V-nickel because of the large Roman numeral on the reverse. The obverse features a stunning left-facing portrait of Lady Liberty. She wears a coronet inscribed with the word Liberty, and her hair is adorned with a mixture of cotton and wheat, symbolizing the agricultural strength of the young nation. Surrounding her profile are 13 stars, representing the original colonies. On the reverse side, the Roman numeral 5 is surrounded by a beautiful wreath of corn, wheat, and maple leaves. This design was actually quite controversial when it first launched in 1883 because the word cents was missing, leading to the famous racketeer nickel scandals. By 1908, the design was well established and perfected, with the word cents clearly visible at the bottom. The 1908 strike is known for having decent detail, but as we will discuss later, the quality of the strike can vary wildly. Understanding these design elements is the first step in recognizing a genuine coin from a low-quality counterfeit. Let's talk about the hard numbers because that is what truly drives the value in the coin market. The Philadelphia Mint produced exactly 22,684,557 of these nickels in 1908. While 22 million might sound like a large number, in the world of numismatics, it is considered a relatively low mintage for a high-traffic coin. What makes the 1908 date particularly interesting is the survival estimate. Experts believe that only a tiny fraction of the original mintage still exists in grades higher than extremely fine. Most of these coins were used until the images were flat, meaning that a 1908 nickel with sharp details is technically much rarer than its total mintage suggests. Unlike the 1912 nickels, which were also struck in Denver and San Francisco, the 1908 was only produced in Philadelphia. So you will not find any mint marks on these coins. The lack of a mint mark is a defining characteristic of this year. For collectors, the 1908 Philadelphia strike represents the peak of the barber era before the transition to the Buffalo nickel just a few years later in 1913. Condition is everything when it comes to the 1908 Liberty Head nickel. Most examples found in old jars or inherited collections will fall into the good or very good categories. In these lower grades, the word Liberty on the coronet is usually worn away or only partially visible. However, if you find a coin where the word Liberty is sharp and all three leaves in the wreath on the back are distinct, you are looking at a much more valuable piece. Professional graders at PCGS or NGC look for specific wear points, such as the hair above Liberty's ear and the fine lines in the corn husks on the reverse. A mint date 60 or higher 1908 nickel is a true rarity. Coins in this condition still possess their original mint luster, which is the frosty sheen that comes off the dies during production. Because the 1908 issue was known for occasionally having weak strikes, finding one with full details and high luster is the ultimate goal. Even a small jump in grade, such as moving from an MS-63 to an MS-65, can result in a price increase of hundreds or even thousands of dollars. What is a 1908 Liberty Head nickel actually worth today? If you have a heavily circulated version that is worn flat, it might only be worth around $2 to $5. These are great for filling out a folder, but are not considered investment grade. However, the price curve climbs very steeply as the condition improves. A coin in fine condition might fetch around $12, while an extremely fine specimen can jump to over $45. The real excitement happens in the uncirculated tiers. An MS-63 graded 1908 nickel typically sells for around $160 to $180. If you are lucky enough to own an MS-66, the value can soar toward $1,900. The all-time record for a 1908 nickel is staggering, with a top-graded MS-67 specimen once selling at auction for over $12,500. These prices prove that even a common-looking 5-cent piece can be a major asset if it has been preserved properly over the last century. Always check the current auction records, as the market for high-end Liberty nickels remains very strong among serious investors. For the specialized collector, the 1908 Liberty nickel offers some hidden treasures in the form of varieties. One of the most sought-after versions is the repunch date. In 1908, some dies were struck twice with the date punch, creating a faint doubling effect on the numbers. You will need a high-powered magnifying glass or a digital microscope to see this. But finding a 1908-08 variety can add a significant premium to the coin's value. Another interesting thing to look for is the misplaced date. In some rare instances, the date was punched so far out of position that parts of the numbers can be seen in the denticles or even in the base of Liberty's neck. Furthermore, keep an eye out for die cracks. As the coin dies aged, they would often develop small fractures that appear as raised lines on the finished coin. While minor die cracks are common, large or dramatic ones can increase the desirability of your nickel. Exploring these tiny details is what separates a casual hobbyist from a professional numismatist. Identifying these errors is a great way to find value in coins that others might overlook. The 1908 Liberty Head nickel is more than just a piece of old metal. It is a direct link to the industrial age of America. From the elegant artwork of Charles Barber to the economic stories of 1908, this coin continues to captivate collectors worldwide. Whether you are a seasoned pro or just starting your first coin album, the search for a high-quality V-nickel is always a rewarding journey. Remember to handle your coins by the edges to preserve their condition and never clean those, as cleaning can instantly destroy their numismatic value. We hope this guide has given you all the information you need to identify and value your own 1908 nickels. If you have one of these in your collection, let us know its condition in the comments below. We love hearing about your finds and helping you understand the history behind them. Thank you for joining us today as we explored the fascinating world of vintage American coinage. Your support helps us keep digging for more historical facts and rare coin secrets. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the 1908 Liberty Head nickel, please like and follow for more videos. Could a single penny tucked away in an old jar actually pay for your next family vacation? If that penny is dated 1911 and carries a tiny S on the front, the answer is a resounding yes. Welcome back to the channel, where we explore the hidden treasures of American pocket change. Today, we are diving into a true legend of the Lincoln Wheat Cent series, the 1911 S. By the year 1911, the Lincoln Cent was only in its third year of production, having replaced the Indian head penny in 1909. While the main Philadelphia Mint was pumping out hundreds of millions of coins to keep up with a booming American economy, the San Francisco Mint was operating on a much smaller scale. The S Mint mark on these early Lincolns isn't just a letter. It is a hallmark of rarity from the Progressive era. Collectors view this specific coin as a symbol of early 20th century scarcity. If you have inherited a collection or enjoy coin roll hunting, the 1911 S is likely at the top of your must-find list because it represents the very beginning of the Lincoln legend. In the world of numismatics, the mintage figure is the ultimate law of value. To understand why the 1911 S is so special, you have to look at the massive gap in production numbers between the different mints that year. In 1911, the Philadelphia Mint produced a staggering 101 million pennies. The Denver Mint, which had just started making pennies that year, produced about 12 million. But the San Francisco Mint, they struck only 4,022,000 coins. Now, 4 million might sound like a large number in a vacuum, but you have to consider the survival rate over the last 115 years. Back then, pennies were used constantly for daily transactions, buying bread, newspapers, or candy. Most of these coins were worn down to smooth copper discs, lost in the dirt, or eventually sent to the melting pots. Today, the surviving population of 1911 S cents is incredibly small, especially those that haven't been damaged. This makes it a semi-key date, a coin so elusive that it often becomes the primary obstacle for collectors trying to complete a full Lincoln Cent album. Before you get too excited, you need to know exactly how to identify a genuine 1911 S. Grab your magnifying glass or a 10 times jeweler's loupe and look at the obverse or the front of the coin. Right below the date 1911, you should see a small clear S. If the space below the date is blank, it was minted in Philadelphia and is worth only a few dollars, even in good condition. However, because the 1911 S is so valuable, it is a frequent target for counterfeiters and altered coins. Dishonest individuals often take a common 1911 penny and try to glue or solder a fake S onto the surface. To spot a fake, look at the mint mark very closely. A genuine S should look crisp and integrated into the coin's surface, not mushy or surrounded by a weird circular line of glue. Also, pay attention to the strike quality. Interestingly, San Francisco coins from this specific era often have a slightly weak strike on the wheat stalks on the reverse. If you find a coin where the S looks brand new, but the rest of the coin is heavily worn, be very suspicious. Always verify the authenticity before you buy. In coin collecting, value isn't just about the date, it is about the grade and the color. For copper coins like the Lincoln Cent, there are 3 official color designations: brown, BN, red-brown, RB, and red, RD. When a copper